gives pride and honor for the club.
For me kasi yung achievement na nakuha namin, hindi siya individual. Community engagement na nakuha namin.
Ang pangarap ko po is makapaglaro pa ulit sa national team at marepresenta pa sa pinakamalaking stage ng football, which is yung FIFA World Cup.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In the Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 12 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV.
Mga kababayan, ang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Dahil sa ito ay kinakailangan tayo na magtulong-tulong na paunlarin ang mahal nating bayan. Panahon na magbabago at iayos ang mga dapat ayusin. Dapat lang maging tungkulin ng bawat mamamayan dito sa atin. Ng pagbabago patungo sa pag-asenso, magsikap ng mabuti at ng guminhawa tayo. Bago malaki natin sa mundo at ipamalas ang bagong Pilipino at bagong Pilipinas.
Sa bansa ito ay kinakailangan. Tayo na magtulong-tulong, napaunlarin ang mahal nating bayan.
Panahon na magbabago at iayos ang mga dapat ayusin. Dapat lang maging tungkulin ng bawat mamamayan dito sa atin.
Ng pagbabago patungo sa pag-asenso, magsikap ng mabuti at ng kuminhawa tayo. Malaki natin sa mundo at ipamalas ang bagong Pilipino at bagong Pilipinas.
Manatili po tayo nakatayo para sa pambansang awit ng Pilipinas na susundan naman ng isang panalangin na pangungunahan ng Tanglawan Singing Ambassadors at panghuli ang sabay-sabay na pag-awit ng bagong Pilipinas Hymn.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay.
Panghinihang, duyan ka ng magiting. Sa manlulupi, di ka masisingil.
Sa dagat ang tulong, sa simoy at sa langit mong lugaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal.
Ang iskap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidingding.
Ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may di magdidilim.
Sumanang araw ng walhati
Maaari na po tayong umupo. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Tayo po ay nagtitipon-tipon ngayon para sa Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas Convention 2024. Mga kababayan, sa kabila ng pagkakaiba ng ating mga pananaw, tradisyon at pinagmulan, tayo'y nananatiling nagkakaisa bilang isang bansa. Kasama ang I Love Tacloban Band, sama-sama nating damhin ang mensahe ng pagkakaisa, pagkakaunawaan at pag-asa para sa isang bagong Pilipinas. Salamat po, I Love Tacloban Band. Para sa panimulang bahagi ng ating programa, inaanyayahan po natin si House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez para sa kanyang pambungad na talumpati.
His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., President of the Republic of the Philippines, distinguished leaders of our Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas at mga kapwa kong lingkod bayan, friends, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. It is with great pride and honor that I stand before you today as we gather for a significant milestone in our country's history, the Convention of the Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas. Today marks the reaffirmation of our collective commitment to the vision set forth by our President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., a vision anchored on stability, unity, and prosperity for all Filipinos. Our alliance is built on a solid foundation of service to the people, and we are united by a shared purpose to uplift the lives of every Filipino, to create a future where our country thrives, and to ensure that no one is left behind. When we look back at the challenges our nation has faced, it becomes clear why unity is crucial. Each of our parties, whether it be Partido Federal ng Pilipinas, Lakas CND, the National People's Coalition, and the National Lista Party, or the National Unity Party, represents different perspectives, histories, and stories. But today, we come together not as separate groups, but as one force for the people. We stand united because we know that in unity, we find the power to turn our dreams into reality. Under the leadership of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., we have already seen the beginnings of real progress. We have witnessed a government that works tirelessly to uplift our economy, secure our future, and restore the hope of every Filipino family. But we all know that the journey doesn't end here. In fact, it is just the beginning. The future we seek is within our reach, but it will require each of us working hand in hand with passion and dedication to bring that future to life. Our alliance proves that despite our differences, we share the same goal: to build a nation where every Filipino can live with dignity, where children can dream without limits, and where the most vulnerable among us are never forgotten. As we approach the 2025 national and local elections, we find ourselves at a pivotal juncture. The decisions we make today and in the months to come will shape the direction of our nation for the years to come. It is essential that we stand firm in our resolve to support the programs and the legislative agenda of the Marcos administration. These initiatives have laid the foundation for economic recovery, poverty alleviation, and national security. I am thus confident that the candidates we support, the members of this alliance, and all of us here today will continue to embody the principles of integrity, accountability, and public service. These values will drive us forward as we serve the Filipino people. The challenge ahead are significant, but so is our determination. We have already witnessed the remarkable progress made under President Marcos Jr.'s leadership, and we know that with unity, collaboration, and a shared sense of purpose, we can achieve even more. As we sign the manifesto of the Alianza para sa Bagong Pilipinas today, let it serve as a reminder of responsibilities we carry. We are called to be champions of good governance, promoters of peace, and advocates of inclusive development. We have the noble duty of ensuring that the May 2025 elections reflect the true will of the people, conducted with honesty, orderliness, and transparency. In closing, let us pledge to work together as one. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to our nation and to our people. Together, we will bring a stronger Philippines, a more resilient and united Philippines, a united nation where every Filipino can prosper, live in peace, and look to the future with hope and confidence. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas!
Maraming salamat po, House Speaker Romualdez.
Aliansa para sa paglaban. Aliansa ng
Sa pagkakataong ito, masasaksihan po natin ang isang mahalagang yugto para sa ating bayan. Ang manifesto signing ng Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Alyansang pinagtibay ng pangarap at adhikain. Sinubok ngunit nanatiling tutok hanggang sa tuktok.
Atin pong tinatawagan sa entablado sina Governor Reynaldo Tamayo Jr. ng Partido Federal ng Pilipinas.
Tugon sa hamon ng panahon.
House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez ng Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats. Secretary Mark Leandro Mendoza ng Nationalist People's Coalition. Senator Mark Villar ng Nationalista Party. At Congressman Luis Raymond Villafuerte ng National Unity Party. Atin naman pong iniimbitahan ang mahal na Pangulo upang saksihan ang manifesto signing.
Aliansa ng Bagong Pilipino. Aliansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas. Aliansa
Na pag-isahin ang lahat para sa isang bagong Pilipinas kung saan ang bakbak tagumpay. Maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo, at congratulations po sa lahat.
para sa Bagong Pilipinas. Aliansa ng pagkakaisa. Aliansa para sa pagulad. Aliansa ng Bagong Pilipino. Aliansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas. Aliansa ng
At sa punto pong ito, inaanyayahan po natin si Special Assistant to the President, Antonio Ernesto Lagdameo Jr. para ipakilala ang ating pangunahing pandangal.
para sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Maraming salamat sa ating Secretary na SAP, Secretary Anton Lagdameo. Magsiupo po tayo. Allow me to greet the distinguished guests that we have here today and members of the different parties. Senate President Chis Escudero, the other members, all honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker and Lakas CMD President Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, the political party leaders of the Partido Federal ng Pilipinas, Gov. Jun Tamayo, Nationalista People's Coalition, Secretary Mark Leandro Mendoza, Nationalista Party, Senator Mark Villar, National Unity Party, Representative El Rey Villafuerte Jr., the honorable members of the Cabinet, fellow workers in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Hindi pangkaraniwan ang pagtitipon ngayon dahil ito ay pagkakataon para ipakita natin ang kahalagahan ng pagsasama-sama at ng pagkakaisa para sa kaunlaran, para sa pagbabago, para sa magandang kinabukasan nating lahat. Ang sabi nila, ang halalan daw ay panahon ng pagkakabitak-bitak, pagsisiraan, pagkakahati-hati. Subalit kabaliktaran po ang inululunsad ng ating alyansa. Sapagkat ito ay isang kilusambayan na magbubuklod sa pinakamalawak na puwersa ng mga nagmamahal sa inang bayan, na ikakampanya ang isang programang pangkaunlaran na walang naiiwanan, na pagsasamahin ang 12 magigiting na Pilipino na may taglay na sipag at galing para maging pinuno. Tangan ang prinsipyong makatao, makadiyos, makabansa. Titindig para sa interes ng bayan at sa kapakanan at karapatan ng bawat isang Pilipino. Sa aking pag-endorso, ang tanging hiling ko ay mapanatili ang kanilang katapatan at pagmamahal sa bansa. Ito ang pinakamahalagang katangian ng kandidato na aking tinitignan at pinag-iisipan. Kaya naman, mga kababayan, ang mga sumusunod na individual ay kilala natin sa kanilang kasanayan at sa kanilang serbisyo publiko. Ang una sa ating hanay ay matagal na naging alkalde ng progresibong lungsod ng Mandaluyong. Hinalal din siya bilang kongresista at ngayon siya ay ang maagap at mabisang kalihim ng DILG. Mga kababayan, ang ating Mr. Gawa, Hindi Salita, Secretary Benher Abalos. Ang susunod naman ay sumabak din sa Kongreso. Wala sa pulyeto ang pruweba ng kanyang kagalingan. Nasa lungsod na mahusay niyang pinamamahalaan. Mga kababayan, Mayor Abby Binay, hindi pwede ang pwede na, dapat better. Ang susunod naman po ay kinikilala po natin na kumpanyera. Siya rin po ay walang pagod na kampanyera para sa kalusugan ng mamamayan, edukasyon at kabataan, karapatan ng mga kababaihan. She is a lawyer, an economist, athlete, and a mother. Senator Pia embodies what it means to be a Pinay in action. Mga kababayan, Senator Pia Cayetano. Ito naman ay isang officer and a gentleman na tapat at buong tapang na naglingkod ng lampas 5 dekada sa taong bayan. Anuman ang kanyang sasabihin at gagawin, ito ay laging nakaangkla sa moto ng kanyang alma mater: courage, integrity, loyalty. Isa po siya sa tunay na nagsasabuhay sa mensahe ng aking SONA. Ang tama ay paglaban, ang mali ay labanan. What is right must be kept right. What is wrong must be set right. Mga kababayan, Senator Ping Lacson. Sanay ring mambabatas ang susunod sa ating lineup. Nahasa bilang vice-gobernador na ngayon ay nasa Senado. Naging gobernador din ng lalawigan niya ng Pampanga. Mga kababayan, ang Supremo ng Senado, Senator Lito Lapid. Ang susunod na tagapagtaguyod ng ating bandera ay siya nang yatang pinakamatagal kong kakilala sa hanay na ito. Siya ay walang iba kundi ang aking kapatid, ang aking atay, si Manang Aimee. Nasa dugo na po namin na manilbihan sa kapwa at ang pagmamahal sa bansa. Naging kongresista, gobernador at senador. Sabi rin nila, prangka daw siya. Pero ito ay pagiging prangka sa pagsabi ng totoo at ang pagkikiling sa tama. Sa kanya, sigurado ang kanyang Aimee solution. Mga kababayan, kasama din po natin si Senator Aimee Marcos na naunahan na ang mga ibang senador at busy na nagkakampanya at hindi makarating ngayong araw na ito. Tanyag, hindi lang sa ating bansa, kung hindi sa buong mundo. Ang susunod natin ay ang ating pambansang kamao na nagpamalas ng galing bilang mambabatas. Mga kababayan, ang ninong ng bayan, Senator Manny Pacquiao. Kilala naman sa marami niyang ginagampanang papel sa iba't ibang larangan. Pero ang pinakamahalaga ay ang pagiging lingkod bayan. Vice-gobernador, gobernador, pinuno ng ahensya ng gobyerno, senador. Talaga namang action star sa pelikula, action din sa tunay na buhay. Mga kababayan, Senator Bong Revilla. Ating susunod ay nakapaglingkod ng 24 na taon bilang senador. Kasama natin sa paglalakbay tungo sa maaliwalas na bukas. Mga kababayan, hindi na po nangangailangan ng introduction ang dating Senate President Tito Soto, maaasahan ng pamilyang Pilipino. Ito naman ang big brother na iyong masasandalan. Naging mayor ng Tagaytay, puno ng MMDA, ay ngayon naman ay senador. Mga kababayan, Senate Majority Leader Francis Utol Tolentino, tol ng bawat Pilipino. Ang susunod kong ipapakilala sa inyo ay isang public servant na noon ay madalas kong masabihan na ang ama ng saklolo. Kasi ang unang bukang bibig ng mamamayan ay itulfo mo. Nanilbihan bilang kalihim ng DSWD na ngayon naman ay miyembro ng Kongreso. Mga kababayan, Congressman Erwin Tulfo, kakampi ng inaapi. Ikalabing-dalawa na sa hanay ng pamalas ng husay sa pamumuna. Hindi lamang sa pamahalaan, kundi pati sa mga kumpanyang nagbibigay serbisyo sa ating publiko. Mga kababayan, Deputy Speaker Camille Villar, ang bagong boses para sa bagong bukas. Ika nga, may kanya-kanya tayong abilidad para mapabuti ang ating bansa. Ngunit, kung tayo ay sama-sama nagbubuklod, mas mapapadaling matupad ang ating mga adikain para sa isang mas magandang bukas. Nasabi ko na rin dati na marami tayong sanay at hasa sa serbisyong publiko. Hindi na po ito bago sa atin. Wala po sa ating hanay, 8 po sa ating hanay ay veterano na senador. Cayetano, Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao, Revilla, Soto at Tolentino. 7 ang may karanasan sa Kongreso, Abalos, Binay, Cayetano, Marcos, Pacquiao, Tulfo at Villar. 5 ang nahasa sa lokal na pamahalaan, si Aimee sa Ilocos Norte, Lapid sa Pampanga, Revilla, Cavite, Binay sa Makati, Tolentino ng Tagaytay, Tito Sen bilang mayor, vice mayor ng Quezon City. 4 din sa kanila ay nagsilbi bilang miyembro ng kabinete. Abalos sa DILG, Tulfo sa DSWD, Lacson ng Yolanda Rehabilitation Commission, Tolentino sa MMDA. Pagdating naman sa geographical representation, 2 ang tiga Mindanao, Pacquiao ng Bukidnon, Sarangani at Jensan. At si Erwin naman ay lumaki sa Davao Oriental at sa Sulu. Bukod pa ron, ang unang Vicente Soto ay naging senador ay taga Cebu. Ang nanay naman namin ni Aimee ay 100% Waray. At ang 3 malalaking rehiyon ng gitnang Luzon, Kamaynilaan at Timog Katagalugan ay may boses sa ating kupunan. Mga kababayan, sila po ang lineup ng alyansa. Sa kanilang kalidad at karanasan, mataas ang aking kumpiyansa na sila ay ating magiging katuwang sa ating pagsulong at sa patuloy na pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Atin po sila ay samahan at suportahan. Mabuhay po kayo, mabuhay ang ating lineup, mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Alyansa ng pagkakaisa, alyansa para sa paglaban.
Inaanyayahan po natin ang ating mahal na Pangulo at ang ating 11 senatorial candidates para sa isang taas kamay photo.
Pilipinas,
Pagkakaisa ng damdamit hangarin,
Alyansang pinagtibay ng pangarap at adhikain.
sinubok ngunit nanatiling putak hanggang sa tuktok.
Alyansang tutulong.
Isang taas kamay photo mula sa ating Pangulo at ang ating mga kandidato.
Susuko, titiklop.
Maraming salamat po. Sa pagkakataong ito, hinihiling po natin sa ating mahal na Pangulo ang isang photo opportunity. Una, inaanyayahan po natin ang Partido Federal ng Pilipinas officials na magtungo sa ating entablado. At ang Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats officials, maghanda na po. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. salamat po.
Sa bagong Pilipinas, alyansa ng pagkakaisa, alyansa para sa paglaban, alyansa ng bagong Pilipino.
Ang Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats officials, maaari na po kayong umakyat sa ating entablado. At sa lahat po ng ating mga kasamang nagpa-picture, nag-photo opportunity, ang ating mga kasama from PFP, maaari na po tayong bumaba ng ating entablado. Exit left po tayo mga kasama. Ngayon po, Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats officials, maaari na po tayong umakyat ng entablado. Muli po, tinatawagan natin ang mga opisyal ng Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats. Maaari na pong umakyat sa entablado. Kasama at the count of 3, tumingin po sa ating camera. 1, 2, 3. Maraming salamat po. Maaari na po tayong mag-exit ng ating entablado at tinatawagan po natin ang mga opisyal ng National People's Coalition. Maaari na po kayong umakyat sa entablado. Muli po, ang ating mga kasama mula sa Lakas CMD ay maaari na pong umexit ng ating entablado. Stage left po tayo mga kasama. At muli po nating tinatawagan ang ating mga opisyal ng National People's Coalition. Maaari na po tayong magtungo sa ating entablado.
Alyansa ng bagong Pilipino, alyansa para sa bagong Pilipinas, pagkakaisa ng damdamit hangarin,
Alyansang pinagtibay ng pangarap at adhikain.
ngunit nanatiling puto.
Muli po, ang ating mga kasama mula sa Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats, maaari na po tayong mag-exit ng ating entablado.
Tutugon sa hamon ng panahon, di susuko.
At muli po ang ating mga kasama mula sa NPC, ang National People's Coalition, ang mga opisyal po natin ay maaari na hong magtungo sa entablado. At maghanda na po ang ating mga opisyal mula sa Nationalista Party. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, maraming salamat po. Maaari na ho tayo mag-exit ng ating entablado. Ngayon po ating tinatawagan ang mga opisyal ng Nationalista Party. Maaari na ho kayong magtungo sa ating entablado. Muli po, maraming salamat sa mga opisyal ng National People's Coalition. Maaari na ho tayong mag-exit ng ating entablado. Muli po, tinatawagan ang mga opisyal ng Nationalista Party sa ating entablado. At mag-standby na po ang ating mga opisyal mula sa National Unity Party.
Sa bagong Pilipinas, alyansa ng pagkakaisa, alyansa para sa pamundan, alyansa ng bagong Pilipino, alyansa para sa bagong Pilipinas, alyansa ng pagkakaisa, alyansa para sa pamundan, alyansa ng bagong Pilipino, alyansa para
Ready po sa ating mga kasamahan? At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Maraming salamat po.
Alyansa ng bagong Pilipino.
At maaari na ho tayo mag-exit ng ating entablado at tinatawagan po ang mga opisyal ng National Unity Party. Maaari na ho tayo magtungo sa ating entablado.
Bagong Pilipinas. Bagong Pilipinas.
Muli po natin tinatawagan ang mga opisyal ng National Unity Party sa ating entablado para sa ating photo opportunity.
Sabay tayo sa bagong Pilipinas.
Mag-ready na po tayo. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Maraming salamat po. At maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo. At dito na po nagtatapos ang ating programa. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa ating mahal na Pangulo sa pagbisita at pakikiisa sa Alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas Convention 2024. Muli po, mga kababayan, ang ating mahal na Pangulo, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Lamang po na tayo ay manatili sa ating mga upuan habang ang mahal na
Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Mahalagang impormasyon ukol sa monkeypox. Ang monkeypox ay isang sakit na sanhi ng orthopox virus na nagmula sa Africa at naisasalin sa tao mula sa mga kontaminadong hayop. Maaari ring makahawa ang isang infected na tao sa pamamagitan ng exposure sa respiratory droplets nito at direktang paghawak sa mga pantal niya sa balat at mga kagamitan niyang kontaminado. Ang monkeypox ay isang self-limiting disease at ang mga sintomas ay kusang nare-resolba sa loob ng 2 hanggang 4 na linggo. Kabilang sa mga sintomas nito ang mataas na lagnat at matinding pananakit ng ulo, pamamaga ng lymph nodes, pananakit ng likod at kalamnan, at panghihina. Nagkakaroon din ng mga pantal at butlig na may nana sa katawan, karamihan sa mukha, kamay at paa, at minsan sa bibig, mata at maselang bahagi ng katawan. Sa kasalukuyan, wala pang aprobadong bakuna at gamot sa bansa laban sa monkeypox. Upang mapigilan ang paglaganap nito, ugaliin ang paghugas ng kamay, pagtakip ng bibig, pag-ubo o pagbahing. Siguraduhin maayos ang daloy ng hangin sa inyong bahay. Magsuot ng face mask sa matataong lugar at iwasang lumapit sa mga taong may sintomas ng mpox. Samantala, pinapayuhan ang lahat na panatilihing malusog ang katawan. Sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo Feel the love with every bite dahil sa mga homemade dish na ating titikman. For our weekly food crawl, It's Fun goes to Timog Avenue. Kasama ang certified foodie na si Leslie Ordinario para hanapin ang hidden gems dito.
Lapu.
It's Fun ngayong linggo, alas 10 ng umaga.
Na kahit naglalakad ka, pwede.
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 Nasa travel.
Ay, nalaglag.
Dito lang sa PTV.
Ako po si Dr. Israel Francis Atienza Pargas, nagsisilbing Senior Vice President and spokesperson ng Philippine Health Insurance Corporation or PhilHealth. Nagkaroon kami ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng isang programa sa PTV4. This is, I think, bago nagkaroon ng pandemya. At kasama ko noon bilang host si Mr. Aljo Bendijo. Ito yung parang naging pamamaraan ng PhilHealth na maipaalam sa ating mga kababayan at sa ating mga miyembro yung ating mga programa, kung ano ang mga panibago na mga polisiya na inilalabas ng PhilHealth, mga panibagong benepisyo, pamamaraan ng pagpapamiyembro, pagbabayad. Malaki ang kontribusyon ng ating PTV4 pagdating again sa pagpapalaganap ng mga impormasyon. And dahil nga sa palagian na pag-iimbita sa amin, pag-i-interview, ay mas naipalathala at mas naipaalam ng aming ahensya yung aming mga programa at benepisyo. Lalong-lalo na ito ay nagsilbi bilang boses ng ating pamahalaan. So I think that's one of the legacies of PTV4, providing the necessary information at yung tamang impormasyon tungkol sa mga programa at serbisyo ng ating gobyerno. Ako po si Dr. Israel Francis Atienza Pargas ng PhilHealth at ito ang aking kwentong PTV.
Mapapanood ang PTV
sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas,
reaching millions of Filipinos across the country through the power of terrestrial TV.
Abot na abot namin ang mga Pilipino para sa tapat na balita at impormasyon.
Dito'y Cordillera, kan intero ang Luzon. Da kami, timapang namnamaan.
Sa aton sa Visayas, wala kami mapugong sa pagpaabot sa unsang hitabo.
Dini sa saad ngayuta, Mindanao, PTV, pirmi maminaw para sa paghatod sa balita.
Broadcasting in Luzon, PTV4 Manila, PTV8 Cordillera, PTV4 Naga, and PTV4 Palawan. In the Visayas, PTV11 Cebu, PTV10 Dumaguete, PTV2 Guimaras, PTV8 Tacloban, and PTV12 Calbayog. And in the heart of Mindanao, PTV11 Davao City, PTV8 Cotabato, PTV7 Zamboanga, PTV11 Sibugay, PTV11 Pagadian, PTV48 Davao del Norte, and PTV8 Agusan del Sur. PTV Regional Network, buong katapatang naghahatid ng balitang maaasahan para sa inyong pambansang TV. Mahigit 1 milyong lingkod bayani, itinataguyod ang pamilya at bansa. Nagmamalasakit sa kapwa at kalikasan. Buong sigasig na humaharap sa mga hamon ng kinabukasan. Mabuhay ang ating mga kawani sa serbisyo publiko. Isang mensahe mula sa PTV ngayong buwan ng Serbisyo Sibil. Roadwatch, iwas disgrasya tips sa kalsada. Eyes on the road, kaibigan. Ayon sa Republic Act 10913 o Anti-Distracted Driving Act, mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang paggamit ng cellphone o anumang gadget habang nagmamaneho. Ibig sabihin nito, bawal tumanggap ng tawag, mag-text, maglaro, mag-compute, magbasa, at mag-internet kapag hawak ang manibela. Siguruhin ang cellphone ay nakalagay sa safe zone ng sasakyan at hindi nakasasagabal sa line of sight mo habang nagmamaneho. Gumamit ng hands-free function. At kung gagamit ng Google Maps o Waze, iset muna ang destinasyon bago magbiyahe. Pwede lamang gumamit ng cellphone kung may emergency sa daan at kailangan tumawag sa kinauukulan. Hindi biro ang parusa sa mga lalabag sa batas, kaya sumunod sa lahat ng oras. Kapag buhay ang nakataya, dapat listo sa kalsada. Roadwatch, hatid ng inyong PTV.
Magandang araw, Malacanang Press Corps, and welcome sa ating press briefing ngayon, September 24. In today's cabinet sectoral meeting chaired by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the economic and agricultural sectors presented the outlook for inflation as well as management strategies for food and non-food inflation. NEDA Secretary Arsenio Balisacan reported an overall lower inflation rate of 3.3% in August, down from 4.4% in July, and this was due to slower food and non-food inflation. Note that inflation was mainly driven by food, covering about 1/3 of the total. Rice remains the top inflation driver as well as pork. Non-food items, including restaurant services, rentals, and transport, have also contributed significantly. Some factors in non-food inflation being mitigated include electricity and fuel. The Marcos administration is managing the impact of inflation, especially on the most vulnerable sector. The Department of Agriculture is here to brief us on President Marcos's directives to manage inflationary factors that may affect the price of rice, sugar, and pork, such as La Nina impacts, importation, food production, and African swine flu. And the Department of Finance will be briefing us about the overall economic and financial outlook for the coming months. And joining us now are Secretary Ralph Recto of the Department of Finance and Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel of the Department of Agriculture. Good day, sirs.
Good morning.
Good morning. Almost good afternoon. Let's start with you, Secretary.
Yeah, thanks.
Secretary Ralph.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, first and foremost, we had a briefing, as mentioned by Daphne earlier, by NEDA, with the President insofar as inflation is concerned. And the good news is that inflation is on a downward trend. Last year, inflation was about 6.1%. Today, we're roughly at 3.3%. We expect inflation to go down to 2.5% by September. At ang pinakamahalaga, palagay ko, meron tayong sapat na bigas at hamon sa Pasko.
That's good news. Short and sweet. Before we go on to Secretary Laurel, you did mention how we stand in the global inflation reports. We are the global inflation is 5.9.
That's correct. Sa buong mundo, ang inflation rate more or less mga 5.9%. So tayo naman dito 3.3% lang. So nararamdaman na natin yung mga nagagawa ng ating pamahalaan.
Thank you. Okay, Secretary Chu Laurel, go ahead.
Well, as far as ASF is concerned, The first 10,000 doses will be finished, vaccination will be finished by end of the month. And the schedule for the award for the next 450,000 doses is October 10, of which we will take delivery of 150,000 doses by then. But we hope to complete the procurement of 600,000 doses by end of December this year.
Okay, thank you. Let's open the floor to questions. Okay. Harley Valbuena, DZME, all the way in the back. Please pass the mic. Alexis, thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Ms. Daphne and secretaries. Sirs, it is already the Burr months and nabanggit niyo po kanina, Secretary, meron tayong sapat na hamon sa Pasko. So, do we expect the inflation to rise as the Christmas season nears?
Well, normally, seasonal naman yan. Tuwing fourth quarter, tumataas ng konti. Pero like I said, we expect it to be within the target range of the BSP of anywhere between 2 to 4%. So for the full year, we're looking at the total inflation rate to be about 3.4%, more or less. No? And the beauty about reducing inflation is that your GDP growth goes up and more jobs can be created, your borrowing cost goes down, and it will be good na magkakaroon din kami ng BSP meeting by October, and possibly we can reduce interest rates further. Mas maliit ngayon yung interest rate na babayaran ng gobyerno, pero higit sa lahat, pababa na rin yung interest rate, halimbawa sa credit card ni Juan de la Cruz papunta sa Pasko.
Okay. Ann Soberano, Bombo Radio.
Secretary Recto, good morning. Sir, according to Global Credit Watcher, itong Moody's,
Yes.
Binigyan ng Baa2 investment grade credit rating ang Pilipinas with a stable outlook. Secretary, saan po natin pwede ma-attribute na na-maintain ang Pilipinas ang malakas na investment outlook despite global economic environment? Thank you.
Yeah, well, meron tayong medium-term fiscal framework plan. At nakikita nila credible yung plano natin. Number one, the economy is continuously growing. Second quarter growth was 6.3% for the entire year, 6.1% for the first 2 years of the president. On the average, 6 to 6.1%. One of the highest for all presidents since we began tracking GDP. And like I said, our fiscal framework plan is to reduce that deficit to about 3.8% by 2028. So we're just following that plan. No? At nakikita natin yan, yung mga spreads natin pababa. So pag umutang ang Pilipinas, mas mababa ang interest rate. No? We did get a credit rating upgrade from RNI. This is a Japanese rating agency, and conscious tayo sa programa natin Road to A. Of course, by 2028, we want that all the rating agencies will give us a grade of A. Kahit A- pwede na. Yeah.
Okay. Sam Medanilia, Business Mirror. Please pass the mic. Chona. Thank you.
For Secreto, analysts are saying that the reduction in the reserve requirement ratio is equivalent to around 300 to 400 billion in liquidity. Are you concerned that this will lead to a spike in inflation? Why or why not?
No, we've considered that when we decided on that policy in the BSP meeting, the last BSP meeting. This will be good for the economy. It will improve the capital markets. You're injecting roughly 380 billion into the system. It will be good for banks. And then may lag effect din naman yan. Well, ito, mas immediate to than the policy rate, no? So, not really. That's all been considered, and we expect inflation to be 2.9 to 3.1% next year. So, even lower than this year.
Sir, yung saan po nanggagaling?
And that will help also grow the economy pala. Yeah.
Sir, saan po nanggagaling yung confidence natin na ma-achieve natin yung 2.5% inflation this month, tapos yung sabi po yung 2.9% by next year, considering na mag-election na tataas yung spending tsaka yung La Línea?
Well, like I said, no, for September, ang expectations natin is roughly 2.5. It's a range between 2.1 to 2.9. The midpoint is roughly 2.5. I also mentioned seasonal ang inflation. So during the fourth quarter, medyo tataas ng konti yan. But still within the range of 3.1 to 3.9%. And next year, based on the models that we have, we're looking at 2.9 to 3.1%.
Thank you.
Okay. Christian Isores, Radio 630.
Good morning, Secretary Recto. You mentioned 2.5% yung expected nating inflation by September.
Yes.
But what could be the possible challenges na pwedeng umangat sa ulit given na parang tumataas po ulit yung presyo ng petrolyo? And ano po ba yung current na monitoring sa rise in inflation?
Yes. Well, the biggest problem is yung gera sa Middle East. Kung yan ba, lalaki yung gerang yan. Diba? But since in September, you only have, a week to go. So palagay ko, we're on track with regard to the inflation target for September. But our biggest challenge really is external headwinds. No? And one would be the war in the Middle East. No? So we don't want that to go out of hand and possibly oil price increases, which we have no control over. No? There is a pressure also on electricity rates to go up, but the President has decided to spread that out to roughly 36 months. No? Para hindi masyadong tumaas din yung inflation rate or yung binabayaran ng consumer natin sa electricity. So I think everything is manageable.
Okay. Leth Narciso, DZRH.
Secretary, sabi niyo po kanina ay nararamdaman ang mga ginagawa ng pamahalaan kaya bumababa yung inflation. Ano po dun sa mga ginagawa na yun nagkaroon ng malaking impact?
Maraming ginagawa ang Secretary of Agriculture. Yung tariff reduction, palagay ko, nag-uumpisa na rin makatulong yan. But we expect that to further go down in the coming months. Yung reduction in tariff rates for rice particularly. So pababa na rin yan. I think 1% bumaba ang presyo ng konti and may lag effect yan. It takes a few more months. No? When you reduce tariffs, it takes a few more months before you can feel the entire effect. So hopefully by tamang-tama pagdating ng Pasko, medyo mas mababa na siguro ang presyo ng bigas.
Okay, Tuesday New.
Good afternoon, sirs. To Secretary Laurel, sir. Sir, kumusta po yung pakikipag-ugnayan nyo sa Philippine Ports Authority with regard to the overstaying of container vans na may mga bigas? Nakakita na po ba kayo ng elemento ng profiteering or hoarding doon sa nangyaring pagkaka-overstay ng mga container vans? And may makakasuhan po ba o sino po ba ang magkakaso?
Sa ngayon, base sa data, may mga na-move out na more than 300 containers. And meron mga overstaying containers pero hindi ganun karami pa nakikita namin. And basically, abandoned na yun eh. Yung mga may 2023 na ilang containers, may 2022 na ilang containers, but majority is still within the 30 days na allowable nila to keep the containers in the port, no? But we've talked to the importers, of course, and they're moving it out na. Kahit na mas mura daw kasi yung charges dun sa port kasi sa warehouse nila, that they have they're helping us to move it out para malagay na sa merkado. And of course, I'd like to thank PPA and the BOC, no, for assisting the DA in this endeavor. At malaking tulong at nakasynchronize so kami para sa darating na mga buwan, lalo pa sa Kapaskuhan, na maraming dating na shipment para efficient lahat. Thank you.
Mayroon bang makakasuhan, sir? Sabi po kasi titignan kung mayroong...
Yung sa abandoned na yon, we checked that some companies, mukhang hindi na rin existing yung companies eh. But of course, we're still going to pursue the investigation and we'll get to the bottom of this. But as of the moment, medyo fresh pa to. So maybe after a week or two, may have more details.
Okay, sir. In case, sir, halimbawa, sabi niyo abandoned na, ano ang pwedeng gawin ng gobyerno doon sa abandoned container vans na yun na may lamang bigas? Pwede ba yung i-custody ninyo o makuha ninyo, maipamigay o maibenta sa kadiwa?
Normally, we will have to have it tested first. if it's still food safety natin. Once it is determined as safe siya for consumption, then BOC will have to be the one to seize it and maybe auction it or give it to Kadiwa. So nasa BOC yung mandato dun.
Okay, Maricel Halili, TV5.
Sir, magandang hapon po. Clarification lang. Sir, when you say na hindi na siya nag-exist, yung mga companies na to, meaning nagsara na sila?
Yun ang initial report.
So kung nagsara na yung mga companies na yun, may habol pa ba tayo just in case you found out na meron pala silang liabilities for abandoning those cargoes?
I would like to think na meron pa silang liability, no? But I will have to we're consulting our legal department on that.
So, ano sir yung tinitingnan natin na timeline? How soon are we going to know whether or not they will be facing charges?
Probably, as I said, mga 2 weeks siguro malalaman na natin yung detalya ng kumpanya, kung sino to, kung existing pa o hindi, yung opisina ba, nandyan pa, o kung yung tao is still nandyan pa o wala na, no? We'll get all the details.
And how many companies are we talking about, sir?
Mga dalawa lang. Dalawa lang.
And ang cover po nila is gaano karaming cargo?
A few containers lang. Maybe 1 or 2 lang. Or 2 companies maybe with 3 or 4 containers.
Salamat, sir.
Okay, Ivan Mayrina, GMA7.
Secretary Recto, sir. Season ho ng pagpapadala ng mga balikbayan boxes sa mga kababayan natin. Kumusta ho ang sitwasyon natin sa Bureau of Customs? Are there specific instructions you're giving them para masiguro ho na yung mga padala ng mga kababayan natin makarating in time for Christmas?
I don't know if there's a problem right now. Siguro pwede namin pag-usapan ng BOC Commissioner. Pero from what I know, we don't have a problem right now as far as yung mga balikbayan boxes are concerned. So yan naman, logistics issue yan. Basta dumating sa port, trade facilitation tayo dito. And for sure, we will get all those cargoes out.
So that's an assurance to the families
yes,
here
definitely.
na matatanggap nila in time?
Definitely.
Ano naman
kailangan maligaya ang Pasko natin lahat.
Ano naman ho ang forecast natin, sir, sa foreign exchange? Kasi medyo pababa ho yung value ng dollar ngayon. Yung mga padala ho kaya nila.
Correct.
Ano ho kaya magiging value by
Nakakatulong yung paglakas ng piso sa inflation din. Okay? So right now, nasa 55.80 if I'm not mistaken. Seasonal din yan. Lumalakas ang piso pag Pasko. So palagay ko, lower 55s. Yan ang mangyayari. So makakatipid tayo sa mga importation natin.
So yan ho ang inaasahang palitan ng mga OFW families by December.
That's correct.
55.
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
More or less 55, 30. Hard to tell, but I think it will be a bit stronger than where you are today.
Thank you.
Okay. Alexis Romero, Philippine Star.
Secretary Rector, if I'm not mistaken, we are looking at 5.6% of the GDP deficit for 2024. Tama po?
More or less, 5.6, 5.7. That's correct.
Okay. Are we going to achieve that this year?
Very confident we will achieve that this year.
And what gives us this optimism?
I've seen the numbers. We're hitting our targets.
The revenues.
The revenues, the expenditures, we're hitting our targets. And ergo, your deficit will be down to about 5.6 to 5.7 this year.
So within the target, how about enforcement measures against tax evaders? Will this also figure?
That continues. All of that continues with the BIR.
So 5.6, 5.7, what will be absolute figures?
Well, you can calculate that 5.7% of roughly 28 trillion.
Okay.
You get the numbers, yes.
So we'll achieve that.
Yes.
Thank you, Sec.
Okay.
Pia Gutierrez, ABS-CBN.
Secretary Recto and Secretary Chu Laurel. Sir, based sa surveys kasi managing inflation has always been the top criticism of the public dun sa administration ni President Marcos. So how would you assess the administration's efforts in addressing this?
Yeah. Well, like I mentioned earlier during our opening statement last January of 2023, it was 8.7%. August of 2023, it was 5.3%. Today, we're down to 3.3. So we're making good progress. Now, in addition to that, we do have a lot of social programs that we're undertaking. More or less 50% of all Filipino families will benefit from the budget this year. Yung mga ayuda program, yung 4Ps, AKAP, AIX, MAIP, you put them all together, that's more than 500 billion. You're talking about roughly 12 million families will benefit from that. So this is like a wealth transfer. Okay? So lahat yan nakakatulong sa mga pangkaraniwang mamamayan to cope up with inflation. So hindi kasama sa numero yan, pero kasama sa numero yan sa pagtaas palagay ko ng approval rating ng Pangulo at ng buong pamahalaan. Now, you are correct that the inflation is the number one concern. If you take a look at the different programs of government, ang rate ng taong bayan doon ay maganda ang approval rating sa iba't ibang programa ng ating Pangulo.
Sa food inflation naman, ang ating Pangulo ay nakatutok dyan actually on a weekly basis, no? From rice to corn to sugar, isda, manok, baboy. So, pinaplano na pag-uusapan natin ng ating presidente yan sa DA at sa mga other agencies on how to stabilize. Of course, initially is to stabilize prices, but and think of ways on how to bring the cost down, no? Of course, a lot of investments are now being made, no, for post-harvest, like cold storages and rice processing systems that will help lower the price of goods sa consumers but increase farmer income. So nandun ho tayo at nakatutok ko sa Presidente mismo dyan at ang Department
kagamitan. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ng mga residente na lumikas sa mababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog, at maghanda ng pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Bawal ang maglakbay at dapat ay nakalikas na mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matitibay na gusali at mag-monitor ng mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo. Pagkakataon nyo ng maglingkod para sa bayan. Inaanyayahan namin ang lahat ng mga individual na may talento at dedikasyon na mag-apply sa aming mga bukas na posisyon. News Division, Associate Producer, Graphic Artist, Production Coordinator, Writer, PCSO Unit, Cargen Operator, Graphic Artists. Ipadala ang inyong resume sa hireme@ptni.gov.ph.
I should not sin. He should not hurt. Man had not conceive what God had planned and prepared in His 35 years, finalizing the mandate anniversary.
Itong kaarawan ng Diyos sa Jesus Our Shield Worldwide Ministry. Bulag, makakita, bingi, makakarinig, bilay, makakalakad.
Bago buhay ay nagkaroon ng bagong buhay. Niligtas ay naligtas. Dadating po October 13, araw po ng linggo, 4 p.m. sa Marikina Sports Center, leader and experience unlimited supernatural signs, wonders, and miracles of God.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In the Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 12 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV. Feel the love with every bite dahil sa mga homemade dish na ating titikman. For our weekly food crawl, It's Fun goes to Timog Avenue. Kasama ang certified foodie na si Leslie Ordinario para hanapin ang hidden gems dito.
Plato.
It's Fun ngayong linggo, alas 10 ng umaga.
Na kahit naglalakad ka, pwede.
Pwede. Nasa travel.
Ay, nalaglag.
Dito lang sa PTV.
Please remain standing for the invocation to be led by the Department of Agriculture Undersecretary for Inspectorate and Enforcement, Alvin John Balagbag.
Our Father, we come before you today, hearts overflowing with gratitude, fully acknowledging your divine hand in every step of our nation's journey towards progress. With humility, we lift before you this landmark piece of legislation crafted to protect the very backbone of our nation's economy, our agriculture. We offer this law in prayer, designed to safeguard the livelihood of our farmers and fishers, and to foster a fairer market, ensuring food that is affordable, available, and stable for every Filipino household. May this law spark meaningful reforms, not only for those who toil in our fields and seas, but also for every consumer who depends on their harvest and catch for sustenance. We pray, Lord, that it becomes a beacon of hope, creating ripples of positive change throughout our country. Lord, may this law become a powerful deterrence to large-scale illegal practices that cripple our agricultural sector. We also pray for the newly established Interagency Council on Economic Intelligence and ask that you grant its members wisdom, courage, and integrity, especially those from the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Bureau of Customs and other relevant agencies. Lord, we also bring before you our leaders, including our dearly beloved President, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., and all those who have worked tirelessly to draft, support, and enact this bill. May their hearts remain steadfast and their commitment unwavering as they protect the most vulnerable sectors of our society. Guide them always with the spirit of service, compassion, and righteousness. Finally, Lord, we surrender this law to your sovereign will, trusting in your perfect plan for its signing and implementation. May it serve as a catalyst for lasting change, honoring the sacrifices of those who nurture and feed our nation. Amen.
Thank you. You may now be seated. His Excellency, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., distinguished guests, good afternoon. Joining the President on this auspicious occasion are the reparable members of the Senate, led by distinguished Senate President Francis Jesus Cordero, and the reparable members of the House of Representatives, led by the distinguished Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez. Also with us are the distinguished members of the Cabinet and the senior government officials, led by the esteemed Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin, as well as representative of key development partners and stakeholders, namely Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, Philippine Industry Stakeholders Movement, Rice Board, United Broiler Raisers Association, Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura, Federation of Free Farmers, Alianza Agricultura, Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated, Farmers Cooperative from Ilocos Sur, Batangas, Tarlac, Nueva Ecija, Nueva Vizcaya, and Benguet, as well as tobacco industry leaders. Today, we shall now witness the enactment of Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. We shall now proceed with the enactment ceremony. The following esteemed guests are requested to ascend the stage to stand witness as the President signs the enrolled bill. Senate President Francis Chis Escudero, House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senator Lauren Legarda, House Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Gonzales, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Mark Villar, House Deputy Speaker Christine Sengson Mehan, House Majority Leader Manuel Dalipe, Representative Wilfredo Mark Inverga, Representative Nicanor Briones, Representative Micaela Angela Sangsuin, House Senior Deputy Majority Leader Alexander Ferdinand Marcos III, Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin, DA Secretary Francisco Tiu Laurel Jr., DOJ Secretary Jesus Crespin Remulla, DOTR Secretary Jaime Bautista, DTI Acting Secretary Cristina Aldeguer Roque, and Presidential Legislative Advisor Secretary Mark Leandro Mendoza. May we request the President to please ascend the stage and approach the presidential table. The President may now proceed to sign the enrolled copy. Upon signing of the harmonized version of Senate Bill number 2432 and House Bill number 3917, it shall be known as Republic Act number 12002, entitled An Act Defining the Crimes of Agricultural Economic Sabotage, prescribing penalties therefore over such offenses, with the Court of Tax Appeals providing mechanisms for its implementation and enforcement, repealing for the purpose of Republic Act number 10845 of the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016. This measure protects farmers, fisherfolks, and consumers from unscrupulous traders, importers, and other economic saboteurs by preventing and imposing stiff penalties against smuggling, hoarding, profiteering, and cartel that unduly restrain supply and manipulate prices. Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, may we invite Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin to introduce our keynote speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Chief Luke Bersamin. Please be seated. Senate President Senator Francisco Chis Escudero, and members of the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, and the members of the House of Representatives, Agriculture Secretary Kiko Tiu Laurel Jr. and other cabinet secretaries who are here with us this afternoon, our key development partners and stakeholders in the agriculture, fisheries, tobacco, and other industries, fellow workers in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. We pride ourselves on hard work, resilience, and the rich bounty from our lands and our seas. Yet for too long, our agricultural workers have been exploited, not necessarily just by foreign foes, but by shadowy figures operating in the very markets that we trust. Well, enough is enough. Today, we come together not merely to protect, but to uplift the very hands that cultivate our fields and that fish our waters, as we embark on the pivotal journey of enacting the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. This would not have been possible without our legislators whose determination has fortified the backbone of our economy, our farmers, our fisherfolk, and every Filipino who reaps the fruits of their labor. To those who seek to sow chaos in the fertile fields and waters that sustain us, the hand of justice will swiftly and decisively find you. Economic sabotage in agriculture is not simply a tale of dubious deals and inflated profits. It manifests as well as hunger, desperation, as betrayal. Let us then acknowledge the gravity of the situation. These crimes threaten not only our economy, but our national security as well. It jeopardizes the livelihood of hard-working Filipino farmers and fisherfolk, and it threatens the food sustainability of our communities. In 2023 alone, we lost over 3 billion pesos to agricultural smuggling, a staggering amount. And in less than 9 months this year, we have seized over 230 million peso worth of smuggled agricultural products. Every sack of smuggled rice, every under-the-table onion deal, every substandard meat sneaking past our quarantine checks, these are not just numbers. They represent lives, families, and futures that are being compromised. So let us not ignore the cartels, the organized crime syndicates that manipulate prices and control supplies. They have names, they have networks, and they are operating right under our noses. But today marks a turning point. The passage of the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act will set in motion transformative outcomes. It is a proactive measure to prevent the entry of smuggled agricultural products, ensuring that the correct duties and taxes are paid while imposing higher penalties on violators. This law shapes a stronger, more resilient agricultural sector that defends both our farmers and our consumers. It also safeguards the public health by preventing the consumption or industrial processing of agricultural products that lack the necessary sanitary and phytosanitary permits. It ensures that what ends up on the tables of every Filipino family are safe and of the highest quality. Under this law, smuggling, hoarding, profiteering, and cartel operations involving agricultural and fishery products will now be classified as economic sabotage, a non-bailable offense punishable by life imprisonment and fines up to 5 times the value of the goods involved. And let me be clear. This law does not just target the masterminds. It holds all accomplices accountable: financiers, brokers, employees, even transporters. We are establishing the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council, which I will chair, alongside the Secretaries of Agriculture, Finance, Transportation, Trade and Industry, and Interior and Local Government, and Justice, and other key officials. We will enforce the law and ensure that swift and decisive action is taken against anyone who dares to sabotage our agricultural sector. Together with that, we are also creating an anti-agricultural economic sabotage enforcement group dedicated to dismantling smuggling operation and apprehending offenders. This law provides for the development of a special team of prosecutors nationwide to expedite cases related to agricultural sabotage. No longer will these cases gather dust. They will be prioritized and they will be resolved urgently. We will confront and dismantle the powerful forces that have long exploited our system for their own gain, ensuring that justice prevails and the dignity of our agricultural sector is upheld. No more backdoors, no more shortcuts, and certainly no more turning a blind eye in Bagong Pilipinas. By eliminating smuggling, hoarding, profiteering, and other cartel activities, we are not only shielding our local producers, but also providing consumers with affordable agricultural and fishery products. This law is not just another policy. It is your battle cry. I urge each of you to be vigilant, to report wrongdoing, and to hold accountable those who seek to undermine our nation. The food security of our country, the stability of prices, and the dignity of our farmers depends on us all. This law is clearly a clarion call to restore trust in our institutions and reinvigorate faith in our justice system. As we pave the path with integrity and dedication, let us envision a Philippines where our farmers flourish, our markets are filled with produce locally sourced. No parent has to worry about feeding their children because of spiraling food prices. Let us stand resolute in this commitment, for together we shall cultivate not only the land but the future of our beloved nation. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, may we request the President to grant us a photo opportunity. May we request all the senators to join the President on stage. Thank you. Members of the House of Representatives seated rows 1 and 2, please prepare. Thank you. Please exit to your right. Members of the House of Representatives seated rows 1 and 2, please come on stage. Please exit to your right. Third set of the members of the House of Representatives, please come on stage. please exit to your right. Fourth set of the members of the House of Representatives, please come on stage. Please exit to your right. For the fifth set, our cabinet secretaries and executive agencies, please proceed on stage. May we request our cabinet secretaries and our senior government officials to come on stage. Please exit to your right. Thank you. Please exit to your right. For our last set, for the farmer leaders, cooperatives, and producers, please come on stage. Thank you. Please exit to your left. Thank you. Please exit to your left. That concludes our program. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Ako Ako po si retired Judge Felix P. Reyes at kasalukuyan pong chairperson ng Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office o mas higit na kilala na PCSO. Alam po naman natin na ang PCSO ay siyang binigyan ng mandato upang magsagawa po ng loterya at ganoon din po ay ang maghandog ng mga tulong pinansyal at medikal. Ang napakalago pong proyekto ng aming pong ahensya kung saan po ay aming kasama at katulong ang PTV4 ay ito po yung aming pong pagsasagawa po ng aming loterya na kung saan po ay pinapakita po ng aming ahensya kung paano po malinis at mahusay na ginagawa po yung pagdodraw ng mga tumatama po sa aming pong jackpot prize na loto. Sa pamamagitan po ng PTV4, sa tuwi po magkakaroon po kami ng draw. Ito po ay amin ding nagiging kasangkapan upang magparating sa ating mga mamamayan ng mga importanteng anunsyo, lalong higit sa aming pong pagbibigay ng mga pinansyal at mga medical assistance. Ako si Chairperson Felix P. Reyes ng PCSO at ito ang aking kwentong PTV.
Sa isang malayang demokrasya, mahalaga ang pagiging bukas. Mahalaga ang partisipasyon ng bawat isa. Dahil karapatan ng lahat na makibahagi sa mga usapin at pagbuo ng mga batas para sa isang bagong Pilipinas. Congress TV. Tutukan ang mga sesyon ng Kongreso sa PTV at sa aming digital platforms. Kahit saan, kahit kailan, watch democracy in action. Congress TV. Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Mag-ingat sa dengue. Ang dengue ay isang viral infection na nagmumula sa kagat ng lamok na Aedes na sanhi din ng iba pang sakit gaya ng Zika virus at chikungunya. Ito ay nagdudulot ng mataas na lagnat, pamamantal, pananakit sa likod ng mata at ulo, kasukasuan at kalamnan na pwedeng magtuloy sa severe dengue na may kasamang pananakit ng tiyan at pagsusuka, pagdurugo at hirap sa paghinga. Ang mga sintomas ay karaniwang nagtatagal mula 2 hanggang 7 araw. Tandaan ang 4S sa laban natin kontra dengue. Suyurin at sirain ang mga pinamumugaran ng lamok. Sarili ay protektahan. Sumangguni agad sa pinakamalapit na doktor o pagamutan at suportahan ang fogging at spraying activities kapag may banta ng outbreak. Tandaan, sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo.
I should not see, he should not heard, man had not conceived what God had planned and prepared in His 35 years, finalizing the mandate anniversary.
Itong kaarawan ng Diyos, sa Jesus Our Shield Worldwide Mean, mga bulag, makakita, bingi, makakarinig, bilay, makakalakad.
Agaw buhay ay nagkaroon ng bagong buhay, niligtas ay naligtas. Dadating po October 13, araw po ng linggo, 4 p.m. sa Marikina Sports Center, leader and experience limited supernatural signs, wonders, and miracles of God.
Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Mga paalalang pangkalusugan laban sa leptospirosis. Ang leptospirosis ay sakit na dulot ng leptospira bacteria mula sa ihi ng infected na mga hayop. Naipapasa ito sa pamamagitan ng pagtalsik ng kontaminadong tubig sa mata, ilong at bibig, sa kontaminadong pagkain at inumin, at paglusong sa maruming tubig habang may bukas na sugat. Kabilang sa sintomas ng leptospirosis ang lagnat, panginginig, pananakit ng katawan, sakit ng ulo, pamamantal, pamumula ng mata, paninilaw ng balat, at diarrhea. Kung hindi maagapan, maaari itong makapinsala sa bato, utak at atay. Agad kumonsulta sa inyong doktor o sa malapit na health facility kung makaramdam ng sintomas. Para makaiwas sa leptospirosis, iwasang lumusong sa maduming tubig o baha. Gumamit ng bota at gloves kung kinakailangan. Maligo at magsabon agad kung nababad sa maduming tubig. Siguraduhing malinis ang inumin. Panatilihing malinis ang bahay at kapaligiran at ugaliin ang tamang pagtatapon ng basura. Tandaan, sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo.
At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the very hard-working governor of Misamis Occidental, Attorney Henry S. Waminal.
His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., sir, and I cannot just not to break the protocol, but I have to recognize this man who was also my colleague in the youth movement before, Secretary Teodoro of the Department of National Defense, and of course, with Secretary Galvez and Secretary Magno, other officials, guests, we have here our two congressmen, Congressman Jason Almonte of the 1st District and Congressman Ando Waminal of the 2nd District. Ladies and gentlemen, maing odto kanatong tanan. I stand here today with immense pride and profound gratitude for this very rare opportunity that we have with us. No less than the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., gracing two big events that are significant importance in the life of every Misamisnon and in the history of our beloved province. This morning, I had the opportunity to welcome our dear President and First Lady, Ma'am Lisa, during the inauguration of the long-awaited Pangelby Bridge project, which is the bridge of peace for economic growth and development. And this time, for this another historic event, the formal declaration of our province as an insurgency province. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this unforgettable and meaningful privilege of sharing your precious time with the Misamisnon. Can we give a big hand to our President? Today, we are reminded of the long-trodden generational struggle, yet fulfilling journey to putting an end to the bloodshed caused by insurgency and to achieve this hard-earned peace. It was not an easy road. Those years of conflict, fear, and death challenged the resilience of our beloved province and the people, our beloved Misamisnons. And I am certain that our soldiers can attest to the difficulties brought by terrorism and conflict in our communities for more than 50 years. I had personally witnessed the hardship endured by my fellow Misamisnon in remote areas, brought on by the presence of insurgency in the late 70s. The senseless acts of violence such as the tragic and brutal murders of barangay captains of Barangay Montol, Barangay Cogon, and Barangay Gala in the city of Misamis at the hands of the CPP-NPA were just a few of the many atrocities perpetrated by the rebels that installed deep fear and grief, paralyzing our people. The high-risk insurgency situation of the province back then steadily escalated that even local and national government agencies hesitated to visit our Parplang barangays, leaving residents deprived of essential government services and economic development. I remember during my time as president of the Kabataan Barangay, I mastered the courage to visit remote barangays as part of my obligations to bring forth KB's role of making the youth socially aware, economically productive, and politically active, as this was the very mandate under the Filipino ideology of our late President Ferdinand Marcos Sr., the father of our incumbent President Bongbong Marcos. The Filipino ideology adheres to the principle that, let me quote President Ferdinand Marcos Sr., the democratic revolution is revolution from the center because it is a revolution initiated by the government, which stands at the center of society and not above the people. That's why, as KB President, during his incumbency as President of the Republic of the Philippines from 1970s to 1980s, we conducted various seminars in remote areas of the province because we were driven by our commitment to the Filipino ideology, ensuring that even the most isolated communities would be part of the transformative efforts of a government-led revolution. There I saw that in conflict-affected areas, social injustice was rampant. The poor roads made it nearly impossible for our local farmers to transport goods to commercial areas. Basic services like healthcare and education were scarce. Having witnessed these challenges, I made it an avowed dedication throughout my career as a public servant, from board member to vice governor and then congressman, and now governor, to help the welfare of the marginalized people in conflict-affected areas. In line with this, allow me to share with you of what we have done to address the root causes of insurgency in the province of Misamis Occidental. During my stint as congressman for 9 years of the 2nd District of this province, we have focused and prioritized in building roads, bridges, and multipurpose halls in order to improve access to essential services and boost economic activities, allowing farmers to bring their products to market more efficiently. Recognizing this vital role of efficient road networks in addressing insurgency, we were able to concretize 90% of our roads connecting to the hinterlands barangay, thereby providing residents the opportunity to improve the socio-economic activities. This has greatly helped in the fight against insurgency, for where the roads begin, insurgency ends. Upon my assumption to office as governor of Misamis Occidental, we further strengthened our socio-economic programs and services, guided by our provincial vision of Asenso Misamis Occidental, which is encapsulated in our 5M's vision: Misamisnon, magpuyong malinaon, malambuon og malipayon. Misamisnon, living peacefully, progressively, and happily. I have prioritized the improvement of our healthcare service through the construction of more than 1 billion pesos Asenso Misamis Occidental Medical Center with a 50-bed capacity of 500. We also focus in support with the program of our President on revitalization of our agriculture industry through our Asenso Rice Farmers Fall Assistance Program. We have also strengthened access to our youth to our college education through Asenso Pamilya, One Family, One Professional program, wherein we provided 25,000 allowance per semester per grantee to more than 3,000 grantees, giving more families the opportunity to have at least one professional family member that is gainfully employed. To win the hearts of the CPP-NPA Guerrilla Front Sindong, in collaboration with the Philippine Army, we initiated the cash reward system, for rebel surrenderies, providing 500,000 pesos each to high-ranking CPP NPA and 300,000 pesos each to rank and file surrenderies. All these programs and projects contributed to the ending of the insurgency problem in our province. And these efforts will not be possible without the continuous support of our national government. Under the leadership of our Commander-in-Chief, our President, His Excellency Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, we are advancing toward the vision of Bagong Pilipinas, focus on unity and reform, which is built in the pillars of transparency, accountability, and efficiency. The vision guides us local leaders to strengthen governance and enhance the delivery of public services. With Bagong Pilipinas as our banner, we will continue to create proactive, responsive, and people-centered government that truly serves the needs of every Filipino, of every Misamis. And we are on the full swing of this with the spiritual guidance also with our Catholic leaders here, our Archbishop of the Diocese of Misamis, Archbishop Martin Homowan. Thank you very much, Archbishop. The unwavering support of our communities and the collective efforts of our government have transformed Misamis Occidental into a peaceful and thriving community. This is evident by the transformation of areas known to be rebel-infested, such as the Huyuhoy in Tangub City. I have pointed this area with the President kanina when we were at the Pangalbi Bridge, which has now become the home of one of our major tourism projects, the Ascenso Global Gardens. And another example is in Sitio Tongo in Barangay Namot in the municipality of Tudela, which is now a major tourist destination because of the construction of the Subanin Village. And very unique, it is the only Subanin village throughout the Philippines which has a swimming pool in the area. Furthermore, the Piduan Falls in Don Victoriano and Giwan Falls in Concepcion, which were previously undeveloped because of insurgency problem. And now, two of our national tourist destinations we can proudly showcase. In line with these initiatives, we have planned, and it will be next year, to construct a housing project in the hinterland of the municipality of Don Victoriano for former rebels who are there at the back. This project can be one of our tourist attractions, as this will commemorate our history of peace building and victory against insurgency. Our province was once also dubbed as a hotbed of a crime in the south because of the presence of the drug syndicates and the organized crime groups that has caused chaos in our communities and exacerbated our insurgency problem in the past. But again, our strong collaboration made us rise above the challenges. Mr. President, thank you for appointing our former provincial director of the police, who was the one responsible in the successful law enforcement in dismantling the drug organization. Now, our regional director, Brigadier General Jisen de Guzman, Mr. President. We are also grateful for the ayuda, financial assistance you have showered to our thousands of beneficiaries, from the presidential assistance for farmers and fisheries, which you gave to me when I was in Iligan City, and now the 10,000 beneficiaries who are here, who were our affected families of the JIDA. They will be receiving the ayuda through our partner national agencies, such as the Department of Labor and Employment, headed by Secretary Laguisma and Director Aquino, who is here, who will be sharing the tupad later on. and the Department of Social Welfare and Development, headed by Secretary Gatchalian, and through our Regional Director Hamin Oisil here, who have been instrumental in empowering our communities for providing essential resources and training to help individuals build stable livelihoods. And last but not the least, my utmost respect and salute to our courageous soldiers who fought tirelessly against the insurgent groups. Our security forces of the Armed Forces of the Philippine Army, led by Major General Gabriel Biray III, the Commanding General of the 1st Infantry Tabak Division of the Philippine Army, and my partner in advocating peace and order in the province, Lieutenant Colonel Jose Andre Monje, the former commanding officer of the 10th Infantry Battalion. Kami ang nagtudas, sir, diplomatic surrender sa 20 hardcore, 14 yung nakatanggap ng reward. Yung 6 lumaban ay nandyan na rin 6 feet below the ground. Your bravery, your determination, and your commitment to pursue peace has been the primary instrument in the victory over insurgency in our province. And for that, in behalf of the Misamis, please accept our heartfelt gratitude. And to my fellow Misamis, represented here by our provincial officials, our vice governor and board members, and the 16 municipal and city mayors of the province. This celebration is not just a testament to the victory over insurgency, but a restoration of our province and symbol of hope, unity, and the bright future that now lies ahead for our province. As we move forward, let this celebration serve as a reminder that peace is a shared responsibility. It is something we must protect and nurture, as it is the foundation of sustainable progress and development we envision for Misamis Occidental. Ascenso, Misamis Occidental!
Ascenso!
Ascenso, Bagong Pilipinas!
Ascenso!
Mabuhay si Presidente Bongbong Marcos!
Mabuhay!
Mr. President, we are honored to present you with this humble and simple plaque in recognition of the provincial resolution declaring our province as insurgency-free.
May we invite the President on stage to receive a copy of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan of Misamis Occidental Resolution declaring its insurgency-free status. Mr. President, mabuhay ang probinsya ng Misamis Occidental! Ascenso, Misamis Occidental! A round of applause, please. And now may we request the President to remain on stage to lead the ceremonial distribution of financial assistance to our select former rebels. May we also invite Secretary Teodoro, Secretary Galvez, and Governor Huaminal to assist the President on stage. The Department of Social Welfare and Development, through the Payapa at Masaganang Pamayanan or PAMANA program, provides the 120 former rebel beneficiaries with immediate financial assistance as part of their reintegration to the mainstream society. Each beneficiary will receive 10,000 pesos in cash assistance with a total amount of 1.2 million pesos. The momentous occasion marks a significant milestone in the government's continuous efforts towards achieving lasting peace and security, looking after the welfare of former rebels. Through convergence and collaboration, we have overcome challenges and fostered a peaceful environment with the crucial support of the National Task Force to end local communist armed conflict, all other involved government agencies and partner stakeholders. Isang matatag na Misamis Occidental para sa bagong Pilipinas! Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, may we request the Department of National Defense Secretary Gilberto C. Teodoro Jr. to introduce our guest of honor and speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines and our Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Thank you, Secretary Gilbert Teodoro, for your kind introduction. Please be seated. The lead agency when it comes to our peace efforts, not only here in Misok, but in all of the conflict areas. The Peace and Reconciliation and Unity Advisor, Secretary Charlie Galvez Jr. The Mindanao Development Authority Secretary, Secretary Leo Magno. Misamis Occidental 1st District Representative Jason Almonte. Misamis Occidental 2nd District Representative Sancho Minal. And our, hindi ko na lang sasabihin old friend kasi mahahalata tayo. Pare-pareho, we were all together, magkasama kami together with Secretary Gilbert Teodoro when we were a little younger than we are now sa Kabataang Barangay. And we have been working together since then to our good governor, Governor Henry O. Eminal. Tangub City Mayor, Mayor Sabiniano Kanama, and the other elected officials, both of the province and of the city, ang aking mga kasamahan sa pamahalaan, ating pinaka-importante, ang ating mga kasama rito na hindi po ang kapayapaan ay hindi po na ipapanalo ng iisang tao lamang. Kaya't lahat po kayo, lahat po ng ating mga military, lahat po ng ating mga civilian government, kayo po, at lalo na ang mga beneficiary ngayon natin, kayo ang pinakamahalaga na bisita namin ngayong araw na ito. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are gathered here today to celebrate a historic occasion, one that also took time in the making, the declaration of Misamis Occidental as an insurgency-free province. As I mentioned in my last State of the Nation address, we have come a long way in our quest for lasting peace. After years of consistent and resolute security, peace, and community building, we have succeeded in our campaign to end the decades of conflict in the 60 barangays in your province that were once in the clutches of insurgent movements. We have successfully dismantled the key leadership of the former insurgents operating in Misamis Occidental, which have now led to their reintegration into society. Thanks to the DALG and the AFP, we have provided peace, community development, and reintegration programs for those who have returned to the fold of the law.
from 2021 to 2023, 51 barangays were identified as recipients of the Barangay Development Program, what we call BDPs, a very integral and important part of our peace efforts. As of September this year, 46 of those projects have been completed, 17 are now ongoing implementation. 44 of these projects are farm-to-market roads, 2 involve the construction and development of roads and bridges, 9 projects focus on water supply systems, and on the other hand, the remaining 8 projects are health stations, rural electrification, and the rehabilitation of schools. This strong collaboration among the national and local governments, the military, the police, and the community has allowed us to transform what was once a conflict-affected area into now a peaceful community. This transformation is evident in places like Oyohoy, like Tangub City, which has now evolved into a symbol of progress. In fact, one of the main tourism projects of the local government, the Ascenso Global Gardens, is situated in Oyohoy. This is a tangible outcome of what our collective efforts towards peace and development can do. This demonstrates that peace brings more opportunities for growth, investment, and social services for future generations. Earlier today, we inaugurated the longest water-spanning bridge in Mindanao, the Panguil Bay Bridge. It will, of course, facilitate connectivity with Lanao del Norte. But more than that, this project intends to spur economic growth for the province and the opportunities for Misamisnons. The experience of Misamis Occidental speaks volumes about the importance of addressing the root causes of insurgency. Peace will neither be attainable or sustainable without accompanying development. And these things work hand in hand. Hindi natin maitapos ang Panguil Bay Bridge na napaka-importante kung hindi mapayapa ang kanilang pinupuntahan. Kung hindi mapayapa at makapasok ang ating mga construction para mabuo itong napaka-importante na tulay na aming in-inaugurate at binuksan kanina. This is why the aggressive implementation of socio-economic intervention by bringing investments in education, health, infrastructure, help prevent the recurrence of conflict here in Misamis Occidental. It is our hope that through this administration's programs and projects, we will sustain the stability, the peace, and the progress in the home of all of those from Misamis Occidental. However, as we celebrate today's gains, we cannot rest here. We must remain vigilant against the emerging threats that undermine these hard-won gains. I ask the local government units of Misamis Occidental to intensify collaboration with various government agencies, partners, and other stakeholders to thwart any posturing or coming back that terrorist groups or any of their financiers or supporters may still be contemplating. Let us harness the power of peace to uplift the province, this region, and this nation to unparalleled heights. Let Misamis Occidental stand as a shining example of what can be achieved when we work for the greater good together. With us perpetuating the made here, we will declare the entire country, the entire republic as insurgency-free. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang Misamis Occidental, mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for that inspiring message. May we request the President to please proceed downstage for a group photo with all of the attendees. Ready? At the count of President for granting us a photo opportunity. That concludes our program. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for gracing us with your presence today. Your leadership and undivided support to the Misamis is highly valued and forever be remembered.
Nakapagrehistro ka na ba para sa darating na halalan? Magtungo na sa inyong local COMELEC office para sa local voter registration. At sa anumang embahada, konsulada o MECO ng Pilipinas para sa overseas voter registration. Ang local at overseas registration ay magtatagal hanggang September 30, 2024. Tatanggapin ang lahat ng klase ng aplikasyon mula bagong botante, transfer, reactivation, reinstatement, change of status, correction of entry, at overseas to local registration. Basta qualified magrehistro, welcome kayo dito! Huwag kalimutang magdala ng valid proof of identification. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin lamang ang COMELEC website o social media pages nito. Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa inyong pambansang TV. Kasama mong naghahangad ng malinis at maayos na halalan sa isang bagong Pilipinas. Ang pinakabago at napapanahong balita sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas.
Mabilis na nakalusot sa komite ng Kamara ang panukalang
apektado ng pagbaha at malalakas na pag-ulan ang ilang bahagi.
Mapapanood oras-oras mula sa Luzon,
Taytay ti pananagnukan ti maysa senior citizen.
Visayas,
dulaan sa 700,000 ka mga plaka.
Hanggang Mindanao.
Nagpasidian karon ang Food and Drug Administration kung FDA.
Ang multilingual hourly news break ng bayan. Nakabantay at laging rumoronda sa PTV Balita ngayon. Dito lang sa inyong pambansang TV. Kumpletong-kumpleto ang bawat umaga sa siksik na saya, balitaktakan at impormasyon na handog namin sa sambayanan. Umaapaw na positive vibes at kaalaman sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Back-to-back na komentaryong matapang at nakapanig sa katotohanan sa Mike Abe Live. At punto asintado reload. At mahalagang paglilinaw sa mga usapang bayan kasama ang mga pinagkakatiwalaang mamamahayag at kinatawan ng pamahalaan sa bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Serbisyo, impormasyon, inspirasyon para sa bagong Pilipino. Kami ang inyong PTV, ang pambansang TV sa bagong Pilipinas. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning, pinapayuhan ng lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather update sa inyong lugar. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Orange rainfall warning, mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning, inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, agad na lumikas papunta sa ligtas at mataas na lugar. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Welcome back, Food Squads! For this episode, dadalhin namin kayo sa mga hidden gems at masasarap na kainan dito sa Timog. At alam nyo ba na ang busy street na ito ay home for trendy restaurants, cafe, bars, and karaoke hubs? Kaya perfect na perfect ito if you want a peaceful dinner or barkada hangouts. Kaya tara, samahan nyo kami for another food trip dito lang sa It's Fun! Ang Timog Avenue ay isang pangunahing kalsada sa Quezon City na matatagpuan sa loob ng Diliman area at dating kilala bilang South Avenue. Noong April 24, 1964, pinalitan ng Quezon City Council ang pangalan ng mga kalye sa lugar bilang pag-alala sa 24 na delegado ng 11th World Scout Jamboree na nasawi sa isang plane crash habang papunta sa event na ginanap sa Greece noong July 28, 1963. Sa kasalukuyan, kilala ang Timog bilang isa sa mga entertainment hubs ng lungsod. Looking for a place na maraming pagkain na pagpipilian? Well, for our first stop, dinayo natin ang isang restaurant na nagsuserve ng combination ng Mediterranean at Filipino cuisine. So tara, samahan niyo akong mag-dine at subukan ang mga foods na ino-offer sa resto nila dito sa 117 Scout Limbaga. Hello everybody! Kasama po natin ngayon si Chef Warren. Ayan. So we have here yung inyo pong mga best sellers. Ano po ito?
Yan ang chicken lettuce salad wrap.
Chicken lettuce salad wrap. Ano po ito?
Yan yung fried noodles.
Fried noodles.
Cellophane noodles.
Tapos meron din po tayong
Up and smoked fried rice.
Ito, up and smoked fried rice. Tapos
Beef masala.
Beef masala and samosa.
Samosa. Chicken samosa.
Chicken curry. Nasa
Samosa.
loob. Sige, tikman na nga natin ito. Siguro uunahin natin itong salad. Ayan. So, paano ba ito kinakain, Chef Warren? Kakamayin?
Actually, kinakamay. Para ikaw na mag-harap eh.
Oo. Ito yung wrap. Ito yung lettuce. Tapos kukunin natin siya. Malaki pala siya.
Oo.
Tama ba itong ginagawa ko?
Tama.
Yan! Wow! Ang dami. Pero, iro-roll ko pa kasi hindi ko yung kayang kain. Kasi ang laki. Natatanggal yung wrap. Ayan! Perfect pang pang starter na dish. Kasi nakakagana siya. Kayo po ba yung gumawa ng sariling dressing? Ano pong tawag niyo sa dressing? Kasi manamis-namis na medyo maalat-alat na. Sarap pa!
Yung dressing din namin yan, yung ginagamit namin sa dynamite shrimp eh.
Dynamite shrimp. Wow! At saka masarap, meron siyang chicken, tapos may tomatoes.
Red radish.
Oh, red radish. Red radish.
Cucumber.
Pipino. At saka itong crunchy. Ito yung actually parang nagpadagdag dun sa lasa eh. Kasi siya yung
may
texture niya. At sarap. Medyo malinamnam. Isa pa siya. Kasi hindi naman mabigat sa tiyan. So perfect ito pag marami rin yung servings, no, sir?
Pag a la carte kasi, good for sharing talaga siya.
So usually, ito kasama palagi sa in-order ng mga customer. Wow. Kailan ba nag-open pala?
Open kami ng July 13. So, 2 months pa na kami may get.
Ito lang.
Ito lang.
Kumusta naman yung pagtanggap ng customer?
Maganda naman yung starting namin. Kahit bumabagyo, may pumupunta pa.
Wow! Tikman na natin to. Ito,
Yan is up and smoke fried
up
rice.
and smoke fried rice. Ito ba siya na siya lang ang madalas kinakain? Like, solo siya or kailangan may ulam?
Depende rin kasi may lasa na rin talaga siya eh. Para siyang yang chow fried rice, kaso yan, yung signature namin na fried rice.
Ano po itong parang meat ba siya? Meat?
Garlic,
Garlic!
fried garlic,
So, meron siyang mga cabbage.
cabbage,
Merong spring onion.
chorizo.
May chorizo din. Sige nga, tikman nga natin ito. Ano po yung spice na nandyan?
Cinnamon, then paprika. So yun yung aftertaste na lalaki.
Sarap! Kakaiba siya, pero hindi naman super strong na parang hindi bumagay yung cinnamon. Bagay pa rin eh. Surprisingly bagay siya. Kasi may kasama siya eh. Hindi lang siya yung isang like cinnamon lang. Kasi usually, di ba pag cinnamon sa matatamis?
Sa bread lagi.
Sa bread. Minsan sa coffee, meron din. Dito, ngayon lang ako nakakita, nasa rice.
Sa smoke din kasi, sa pag-marinate namin sa smoke, meron din yan paprika, cinnamon. So nire-rub namin.
Hindi siya yung like super maalat. Sakto lang.
Sakto lang.
Nagugustuhin mo pang kumain ng iba
Para
pa.
kasi balance din sa kung gusto mong...
Correct, kung gusto mo lang may ulam. Speaking of ulam, tikman natin itong beef masala. Ito daw ay medyo maanghang-anghang. So kung kayo ay mahilig sa spicy, pwede nyong i-try ito. Yan. Ang sarap ng spices.
Sakto lang.
Sumasabog sa bibig. Ay, ang sarap. At saka ang sarap ng anghang. Mahilig po kasi ako sa maanghang. Kaya gusto ko yung mga ganito. Sarap nito,
Actually,
may kanin.
yung anghang niya hindi naman sa chili. So, sa spices talaga siya nang gagaling.
Galing mo. Tikman natin with rice. Bagay ito. Bagay yung rice tsaka itong beef. Ang lambot ng beef.
Sumakto.
Ay, sarap ba? Sa tingin nyo, Chef Warren, ano yung binabalik-balikan ng mga customers every time na pupunta sila dito?
Yung quality ng food namin.
Quality of food.
Quality and quantity.
Wow, nga eh. Wait lang. Ang sarap! Kasi napansin ko din, yung servings nyo, malalaki talaga.
2 to 3 to 4. Ganun.
Tikman naman natin itong samosa. Ito. Ito parang cutie version ng samosa. Kasi yung usual na samosa na natitikman ko, yung medyo matataba talaga.
Malalaki.
Malalaki.
Actually, sa Middle East kasi ganyan lang ang mga size ng samosa.
Ganito lang talaga.
Maliliit lang.
Sige, tikman natin. Ito po, yung loob niya ay chicken curry.
Chicken curry.
Plap-plap. Charing. Kasi mukhang...
Parang 5 star.
Parang ay, plapla. Ano ba yung plapla?
Mas malaki dyan.
Ay, mas malaki. So, 5 star lang to. Sorry. Kainin na natin. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, sasabog yung flavor sa bibig. Sarap. Hindi siya super lasang-lasang curry. Mas umapaw yung pagka-umami. Umami yung linamnam, yung pagka-savory. Meron din tayo parang green peas ba dito?
Green peas. Potato.
And potato. Wow, potato. At I heard, meron daw ice cream dito na hindi basta-basta ice cream. Pinritong ice cream. Wow!
Tempura ice cream.
Tempura ice cream. Ilabas! Wow! It is not your ordinary ice cream. Halika, tingnan mo. Tingnan mo mabuti. Diba? Hindi hindi yan nabibreak basta-basta kasi nakabalot siya sa batter. Tama ba?
Hindi.
Ay.
Breadcrumbs.
Breadcrumbs. Joke lang. O, tikman natin. Paano natin siya ngayon i-break? Wow! Ayun o. Wow! Wow. Ang galing, no? Paano po siya hindi natutunaw pag piniprito?
Kailangan muna kasi yan,
Galing yan.
prepare mo muna yan, tapos patitigasin mo talaga bago mo siya i-prito. Hindi yung on the spot gagawin mo sa kami papayag. Hindi siya matutunaw siya. May technique.
Best pang ending natin sa lahat ng kinain natin. Wow. Thank you so much, Chef Warren, sa pagpapaunlak ng aming imbitasyon. Napuntahan kayo dito. Thank you so much sa pagbigay.
Thank you din.
Stay tuned dahil mamaya ay aalamin naman natin ang kwento sa likod ng dalawang staple food ng Vietnam na unti-unti na ring nagiging popular dito sa Pilipinas. Abangan yan sa pagbabalik ng It's Fun!
Pagkakataon nyo ng maglingkod para sa bayan. Inaanyayahan namin ang lahat ng mga individual na may talento at dedikasyon na mag-apply sa aming mga bukas na posisyon. Engineering Division, Administrative Assistant, Audio Operator, Broadcast Operations Technician, Camera Operator, CCU System Technician, Musical Spinner, Studio Light Operator, Technical Director, Vision Mixer, TOC Technician, Uplink Technician. Ipadala ang iyong resume sa hireme@ptni.gov.ph.
Ang Vietnam ay isang bansa sa Southeast Asia na kilala sa kanilang mga simple at healthy dishes na madalas ay ginagamitan ng fresh ingredients at less sa spices. Kabilang sa pinakasikat nilang pagkain, ang pho at banh mi. Pag bumisita ka sa Vietnam, pwede mo raw matikman ang local dishes gaya nito kahit sa tabi lang ng kalsada. Pero alam nyo ba na pwede nyo ring gawin yan dito sa Pinas? May nakilala kaming isang Vietnam national na nagbukas ng sarili niyang Vietnamese restaurant dito lang sa Quezon City at dinayo namin siya para mas ipakilala pa sa amin ang Vietnamese cuisine.
I'm Vietnamese. I moved here since 2015 after I got married with my husband. When I moved here, I'm looking for Vietnamese food to eat because I'm craving for my own dishes, like my own cuisine. So it's really hard because living in the Quezon City back in 2015, it's very hard to find Vietnamese food at just a few restaurants. So I try to bake my own bread because that's what the hard things to find. So I try to bake my own banh mi, it's called the bread, and I enjoy baking my own bread, and I share with my friend, with my family, and they like it. They like it and they want to buy it. We offer the basic on what the most popular dishes. We have banh mi sandwiches. We have pho with beef and chicken pho. And the other one is rolls, fresh and fried. These four is the best seller in our restaurant. Every day is depend on demanding. So we can supply from 500 to up to 800 or 1,000 a day.
Ang traditional Vietnamese cooking ay kilala sa paggamit ng fresh ingredients, interesting textures, at masagana sa herbs at gulay. Ngunit bukod sa mga traditional flavors at food, may mga Vietnamese dishes na may pagkakatulad sa pagkain ng mga bansang minsang sumakop tulad ng France. Sa loob ng halos 6 na dekada, ang Vietnam ay napailalim sa kontrol ng France at malaki ang naging impluwensya nito sa kultura at pagkain nila.
we are French colony before, so that's why we influenced by France, the French baguette. So when France moved to Vietnam, they teach people how to bake the baguette. But because of the ingredients and the style, they changed. Vietnamese, they changed to their own style. Make it easier, cheaper. So that's where the banh mi come from.
Ang banh mi o banh mi thit ay isang staple food sa Vietnam na may tinapay na parang baguette at iba't ibang fillings tulad ng grilled meats, veggies at sauces. Ang ibig sabihin ng banh mi ay tinapay, habang ang thit naman ay meat.
You can see it's in street corner, it can be in coffee shop, can be in the restaurant. So it's everywhere in Vietnam. Like almost every corner, you can find banh mi sandwiches. They usually get the bread, the slice of bread, and they dip in the mix of vinegar and salt and olive oil. But in Vietnam, we make a lot of fillings. There's different kind of fillings because Vietnamese, we like to create things. Make it more creative. Like make people more craving about the food. So you can see that there's a different kinds of banh mi sandwiches in Vietnam. It's just not like pork or just beef. I think there's one culture of Filipino because you eat bandasal, diba? Bandasal is called one kind of bread, but bandasal more on sweet side. Banh mi blend, no sweetness. Lighter in the way that it's not too heavy, more vegetable, and you will feel that there's not a lot of meat. Here you only see that banh mi with like at the sandwich, but in Vietnam they eat banh mi with beef stew, chicken curry. They eat banh mi. Even some of people they like to dip the bread inside the soup, or they will eat with coffee. They can dip, usually they like to eat with condensed milk or coffee. So banh mi is like everywhere. Anything may sauce, you will see the banh mi on the side. Yeah, this is the culture. Like we like banh mi.
Maraming pagkain sa Vietnam na maaari nating maihalin tulad sa Pilipinas. Kahit na ang pagkain sa Pilipinas ay naimpluwensyahan ng lutuin ng Spain at ang pagkain ng Vietnam ay may ilang impluwensya ng France. Ang Filipino at Vietnamese cuisine ay parehong may Chinese influences, kaya may pagkakaparehas pa rin sa lasa at recipe.
I can see what different between Filipino cuisine and Vietnamese cuisine. For example, like there's a similar, like you have bulalo, I have beef noodle. But the difference is that the freshness, the soup, we like clear soup. Vietnamese soup you can see is more on very clean and clear, and the taste is balanced. It's not hard to make Vietnamese dishes in the Philippines with the local ingredients. But the difference is that there's some kind of herbs.
Isang perfect example nito ay ang pho. Isang soup dish mula sa Vietnam na mayroong sabaw, rice noodles, herbs, at meat.
So this is a beef pho noodle. This is one of our best seller. And you can see that here we have basil, slice of beef ball, and like I say, things should have cilantro here. So actually, we don't put cilantro in our pho. We have some specific herbs that is hard to find here. Actually, there's some is not available here. The one available is basil and spring onion. But for original pho, we don't put cilantro. So this is what I want to share everyone. And when we serve the pho, we like to serve it hot. It's hot. But like me, I like hot. And we like to use chopstick. Here in the Philippines, we use spoon and fork. Yeah. So this is some different culture. The noodle, this one we ship from Vietnam. But all other ingredients, fresh ingredients, we able to get it from the Philippines. So we try to make it as authentic as much as we can. We only offer very small menu here. If you go to Vietnam, there's more and more. So this is really basic, like very simple dishes in Vietnam. I'm happy to be one of Vietnamese here, bring the cuisine, the culture, the history to Philippines and let people enjoy more Vietnamese dishes. Consider as healthy food, clean and healthy. They were looking for Vietnamese cuisine.
At your service, Pilipinas, ako po si Assistant Secretary Weng Hidalgo. Samahan niyo po kami para sa isang bagong Pilipinas ngayon, dito lang sa PTV.
Vibes at laid-back cafe na nagsaserve ng good coffee and variety of dishes naman ang ating sunod na pinuntahan. Work-friendly din daw sila at perfect para sa mga gustong mag-relax after a busy day.
Alright, nandito naman tayo ngayon sa Candle Cafe kasama si Don.
Hello.
Ayan. Mukhang ang sasarap ng inihanda niyo po sa
Siyempre
amin.
naman,
Wow.
yan yung mga bestseller namin.
Wow! Mukhang ang dami niyo pong bestseller kasi nakita ko din yung menu, ang daming choices.
Yes, yes. Actually, lahat naman ng food namin is mabenta kasi lahat in-house. Wala kaming binibili sa labas, so lahat kami nagbe-bake, kami gumagawa mga sauces
Pati
namin.
yung mga cake.
Yes, lahat. Pati mga bread, yun.
Wow! Tapos ang ganda din ng place, very cozy, very Instagrammable.
Yes, yes.
I think siguro yun din yung isa sa bakit talagang pinupuntahan, bukod sa
Yun
food.
nga. Tama. Kasi before, kaya naging ganito to. Kasi ano to dati, bodega siya na mayroon na rin mga puno, halaman. So niretain namin yung mga plants
Ganda.
para maging garden type siya.
Tsaka mas malamig.
Tama.
Mas malamig kaysa pag walang puno, maginit. Okay, tikman na natin.
Ayun, ito
Grabe,
ma'am yung
oh.
ano namin, QC Maki. Then,
QC Maki?
Yes. Kasi kaya naging QC Maki siya kasi nung ginawa namin yan, noon lang kami maisip na pangalan. So sabi namin QC na lang. Total, nasa Quezon City.
Dito naman kayo sa Quezon City.
Oo,
Why not
tama.
QC?
So QC Maki na lang.
Oh.
Then meron kaming patty and melt pizza. Kaya tinawag na patty kasi from burger patty na ginawa namin siyang pizza. Then melt, yun, meron siyang cheese. Tapos ito naman yung bestseller namin na seafood marinara. Yung sauce niya is from scratch din kami rin gumagawa. Tapos ito naman yung pork tonkatsu namin na merong cheese sa loob.
Wow! Sarap!
Tapos yung cakes, ube halayad, then truffle chocolate to.
Ito yung 2 bestseller cakes ninyo.
Yes.
Wow. So, syempre, meron din tayong panulok dito. We have
Yes,
milkshake.
yan, yung strawberry and cream milkshake.
Ooh.
Tapos yung isa is hot latte.
Hot latte. Ayan. So, unahin na natin yung ano,
Yan, yung
QC.
Thank you.
Chopsticks for you and for me. Ang ating QC Maki na ang laki ha, in fairness, ang laki niya. So ano po ang nakalagay dito?
Ayun, so inspired siya ng sushi na deep fried. So meron siyang kani stick and salmon sa loob.
Wow, pakita natin. At may
Tapos
cheese.
yung sauce niya is cheese sauce.
Wow.
Masarap
For
siya kung
sure.
i-dip mo siya sa cheese. Oh.
I-dip natin.
Yes.
Sarap, tumutulo pa yung cheese. Wow. Kain na din.
Sige.
Para sabay tayong kumakain. Ang sarap ha. Pero hindi siya balance naman yung super. Kasi may gano'n na parang sobrang alat and sobrang creamy na parang mauumay ka. But for this one, parang gusto mo pang kumuha ulit. Ang sarap ng timpla ng cheese. Okay, susunod naman natin
Ito, yung pizza.
Ayan.
Oh.
Ang ating pasta, seafood marinara.
Meron siyang cheese and yan yung sauce namin na tomato sauce. Seafood siya.
Haluin natin. Let's mix it. Tapos yung pasta angel hair,
Angel hair pasta, yes.
mas manipis siya. Ooh. Okay,
Ayan,
let's
mix
try.
natin.
Sarap, lasang-lasa yung tomato. Siyempre, lasa yung tomato, so medyo maasim.
Yes.
Very, very light and may konting sweetness. Masarap yung timpla ng marinara sauce overall. Al dente pa yung pasta. Hindi siya overcooked. Yun yung important pag kumakain ka ng pasta.
Tama. Yung pasta, yung
pasta
al dente,
talaga, correct. Fresh din, hindi overcooked din yung shrimp na natikman ko, hindi siya yung parang rubber na. Minsan kasi pag ganun, pag overcook na, hindi na siya masarap. Ito, fresh pa siya. Ayan. So, next na natin. Ang tayo maganda next.
Ito, tonkatsu pwede.
Tonkatsu. Ang laki ng tonkatsu. Ang laki.
Ayan, meron siyang cheese sa loob.
Malaki pa siya sa sa palad ko. So, sulit na sulit. Tikman natin yan, syempre. Oh. Ayan. Ay! May cheese sa loob. Lambot. Ang lambot ng pagkakaluto sa loob. Like, juicy pa rin siya. But outside, super crunchy pa rin. Kahit kanina pa ito nilabas. So, syempre, pinagpipicturean pa namin to. Ganoon naman kasi bago ka kumain, di ba? Kahit after lang lahat ng pinagdaanan niya, masarap, crunchy pa rin siya. Next!
Ito naman yung pizza.
Pizza na tayo. Kita mo na hindi talaga siya tinipid eh. Di ba? Grabe yung cheese, oh.
So, kaya tinawag namin siyang patty and melt. So, nag-melt yung cheese sa pizza.
Tikman na natin siya. Ito na ang ating burger. Ano yung patty melt?
Patty melt.
Burger? Patty melt? Ikaw naman. Saan mo nakuha yung burger? Patty melt to. Sarap! Ito yung mga klase ng bread na parang kahit yung crust, kakainin mo kasi malambot. Ganun siya. Wow! So, meron siyang bell peppers, tapos meron yung
cheese,
patty, may onion din, and may cheese. Wow! Harap! Parang nauhaw naman ako nun. Meron tayong strawberry and cream milkshake! Ang ganda-gandang tingnan. Parang siguro to bestseller din sa mga bata.
Sa mga bata.
Right?
Bestseller sa mga bata.
Kasi tinan nyo naman, ang fun yan tingnan. May pumasok na family eh. Talagang kompletong-kompleto. May kid. Kasi parang mabibigyan na lahat ng food eh. Hindi lang for adults. For kids, fun. Alam niyo yung lasa niya? Yung parang strawberry candy pero drink. Ay, yung sarap. Parang bumabalik sa pagkabata. Very nostalgic yung lasa. Wow! May enjoy ito ng bata. Okay.
Sa cake naman.
Nagkakatitigan na kami ng ube, halay.
Oo nga eh. Mukha nga.
Nagkakatitigan na kami, so it's time for dessert! Wow! Ang lambot. May ube halaya pala talaga siya sa loob.
Yes, meron. May ube talaga siya sa loob.
Wow, hindi lang siya
hindi lang siya yung flavoring ng ube.
Yeah.
May ube talaga.
Legit na ube halaya pala siya. Ito, hindi siya yung ube flavored lang. Lasa mo yung pagka-premium ng ng cake. Na hindi lang siya yung parang normal na cake na normal na ube cake. Ube halaya talaga siya. As in, legit na ube halaya cake.
Then yung cakes nga pala namin hindi gaano matamis. Parang nagbe-blend siya sa coffee.
Yeah.
Sa mga drinks din.
Yun yung maganda eh. Para talagang partner. Tayo sa chocolate naman. Ito naman, chocolate truffle.
Chocolate truffle.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Ang sarap. Kitang-kita na parang ang lambot-lambot ng cake. Wow. Very chocolatey. Gulat kayo, no? Hindi nila-expect. Very chocolatey. Nakita niyo naman. Sarap. sarap. Hindi siya yung super sinusuntok ka sa katamisan. Ano siya para may pagka-dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate siya.
Sarap.
Yun nga, magbe-blend talaga siya sa kahit anong coffee namin sa Cattle
Speaking of coffee, may coffee tayo dito. We have the coffee latte. So siyaw. Tikman na nga rin natin. Perfect. Ito yung perfect pair talaga sa cake talaga. Parang hindi ka makakakain ng cake pag wala kang kape.
Correct.
Diba? Yun
Correct.
talaga yung partner Pag pupunta ka dito, kung kakain ka ng cake, kailangan may kape.
Tama.
Thank you so much, Don, for, welcoming us here sa inyong cafe. Napakaganda ng ambience. And syempre yung food, very sulit. And that's it for our food trip this week dito sa Timog Avenue. Kung malapit lang naman kayo dito at naghahanap kayo ng mga bagong kainan, bisitahin nyo na rin yung mga pinuntahan namin. And if you want more foodie adventures, samahan nyo ulit kami next time. Dito lang sa It's Fun!
Current developments, presidential directives, accurate and reliable updates straight from the palace. This is Daphne Osenya Paez, your Malacanang Insider. To protect and promote the fundamental right of every Filipino to quality basic education. Yan ang mandato ng Department of Education. Ang patuloy na patibayin at iangat ang kaliro upang gandang ng bawat Pilipino. Alamin natin ang programa na ipapasara maihatid ang We have with us today Department of Education Secretary Sunny Angara. Congratulations, Secretary Angara, and welcome to Malacanang Insider.
Salamat, Daphne. Magandang tanghali sa ating mga viewers. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, we're so happy to have you here, and I'm happy that you're the Department of Education Secretary, and I'm really excited to find out what your plans are. But first of all, yesterday we attended the PSAC meeting, and there were a lot of developments in education. Would you like to share some of the updates?
Yes, because meron tayong P-Corp, yun yung pinagawa ni Pangulo na magsama-sama yung iba't ibang industriya na gumawa ng isang organisasyon na tutulong sa yung tinatawag na job skills mismatch. Ibig sabihin, may kasanayan ng isang estudyante pero yung inaral niya, hindi siya makahanap ng trabaho dun sa industriya niya. At the same time, may mga industriya tayo, Daphne, na hindi naman, naghahanap naman sila ng empleyado na magtatrabaho sa kanilang industriya. Hindi nagmamatch. Kaya sabi ni Pangulo, magtayo tayo ng isang korporasyon, yung P Corp, at yun ay ang trabaho nila is kung ano yung pangangailangan ng industriya, kung anong paano itaas yung skill level ng Pilipino, at kaya meron tayong P Corp. At dito nagpirmahan naman yung P Corp at saka yung Department of Education na magpartner para yung senior high school curriculum natin gagawin nating akma sa mga pangangailangan ng industriya. So kung at yun, bibigyan din natin ng parang menu or pagpipilian ang mga magulang, ang mga estudyante kung ano yung natitipuhan nilang pasukan na industriya o trabaho, meron na silang makukuhang work experience, on-the-job training, work immersion, at hindi lang yung padaplis na work immersion na sandali, 1 linggo, 2 linggo, kundi babad talaga sila. So, makakakuha sila ng skills and masa-certify sila. Kaya, very employable or hireable sila pagkatapos ng kanilang work immersion. Yun yung pakay ng aming memorandum with the P Corp na maswerte kami na mismong si Pangulo ay nag-witness doon, at dahil yun ay galing sa kanyang utos na kailangan yung mga senior high school graduates natin magkaroon ng trabaho pagkatapos, dahil yun ang pangako natin nung pinasa natin yung K-12 reform. Medyo naging controversial yan yung taong 2012-2013, pero ang pinangako ng gobyerno sa mga pamilya yung mga anak nyo magkakatrabaho, hindi na kailangan magkolehiyo, hindi na kailangan mag-universidad para magkatrabaho.
That's amazing. So this addresses that gap that was sort of a low-hanging fruit for many years. Ngayon, meron ng internship, on-the-job training na relevant sa mga gusto nilang pasukan.
Yun yung maganda nung sinabi ni Pangulo, nagsama-sama yung mga industriya, at dito sa P Corp, nandiyan dyan yung IT BPO. Ibig sabihin yung mga call center. Ayan ang fastest growing industry in the country in terms of employees. Over 1 million employees yan. Nandiyan dyan po yung Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Nandiyan dyan po yung SAPI, yung semiconductor industry.
How do you feel about that?
I'm very gratified. I think it's also, number one, it's a sign of the goodwill of the Marcos administration. Dahil nakikita ng pribadong industriya na very open si Pangulong Marcos na may say ang pribadong sektor sa pagpapatakbo ng gobyerno, at very open and nakikinig si Pangulo. So yun ang nagugustuhan ata ng industriya. Kaya dito sa edukasyon, nakikita nila na nakikinig din si Pangulo na pag sinabi ng industriya na medyo bumababa yung kalidad ng ating edukasyon, sabi niya, Sani, kailangan maayusin natin yan. Hindi tayo papayag na patuloy yung pagbaba ng ating skill level natin. Tapos ang mga trabaho na nakukuha ng ating mga graduates ay hindi lang yung basic na trabaho. Kailangan mas quality jobs, ika nga.
Okay, wow. So we got straight to work right away. Let's go back to the day that you became Department of Education Secretary. I've known you for so long, and I've always known you as a politician.
Yes.
Yes, and now you're in the Marcos cabinet.
20 years a politician.
Oh my goodness. So what is it like for you in this stage, and how different is it as a politician and now being a cabinet?
Well, it's very exciting, but the political skills medyo useful din siya kasi you have to deal with a lot of people, principals, teachers, students, families, administrators. The DepEd is one of the biggest organizations in government. So your political skills come in handy. But dito naman, in politics kasi you want to say yes to everyone. It's very hard to say no to people. But here, hindi naman tayo tumatakbo sa posisyon. So we can run it very professionally, I think, and learn how to say no sometimes. So.
Well, you were approaching the end of your term as senator. The timing, like, were you ready for this? Is this something you wanted?
Well, it cut short my term by 1 year, no? Kasi naka 5 years na tayo dito sa pangalawang term natin, Daphne, no? But I think the president's offer was too good to turn down. At saka yung oportunidad na makatulong talaga sa ating mga pamilya, mga estudyante, mga teachers to help the education sector. It was I'm very thankful to the president for entrusting me with this difficult job.
Right, difficult job. It is a difficult job. It is an agency that needs a lot of help, needs a lot of improvement. As you could see from yesterday's meeting, even the private sector is so willing to help just to improve the quality of education for our students. What can you bring in to the organization?
Well, I think I can bring in some vision, a long-term vision, and I think I can bring in also some efficiencies, meaning run it in a more efficient manner. Nakita natin na sometimes hindi umaabot yung mga aklat. So the president said, sabi nga nung presidente sa kanyang SONA, we must deliver the books error-free and on time in 1 year. So he set a goal for us. He's basically sinasabi ni presidente sa atin, you better be more efficient. At saka kung hihingi natin sa mga bata na mag-perform sila, kailangan yung departamento mag-perform din siya. So you deliver the books on time, you build the classrooms, you create the learning environment, kailangan i-train natin yung acting teachers in a way na hindi masyadong hard sell. Kung baga gusto rin niya, alagaan natin sila dahil alam niyang may mga pamilya itong mga teachers natin, sabi niya. Tingnan natin holistically yung mga sitwasyon ng ating teachers dahil karamihan dyan umuutang, sila yung breadwinner ng kanilang pamilya. So sabi niya, based on his experience nung governor siya ng Ilocos, importante na kausapin niyo sila as human beings, as family, heads of families also.
The Matatag curriculum was established just before you came in.
Yes.
Are you amending it, improving it? Are we continuing?
We're continuing it because it's the product of several years of study, Daphne, and the direction, we're continuing the direction. But again, it's a pilot. So this year, we're doing grades 1, 4, and 7 for the Matatag curriculum. And the following year, grades 2, 3, 5, and 8. So whatever the learnings are for that first year, we will, kumbaga, iterative yung process, meaning we're willing to change as we go along, as we learn from the experience of actual on the ground, and we get feedback then from our teachers, tsaka yung mga estudyante. Anong kailangan baguhin, anong pwedeng pagandahin.
In addition to improving the curriculum, support for teachers, what you mentioned, is something so important and also close to the heart of the president. Anong makikita natin na tulong na pwedeng, you mentioned a few already, but what are the other support that you can give to
the president
teachers?
has really given that clear marching order. Kaya tayo, we really kept that in mind and took it seriously. At now we signed the implementing rules for the career progression, expanded career progression of our teachers. One of the big problems in the teaching profession, Daphne, is the lack of career opportunities or clear career paths for our teachers. Meaning, pagpasok niya ng teacher 1, pwede siya maging teacher 2, teacher 3, pero pagkatapos doon, parang nababara yung kanyang promotion. So, ang ginawa natin, kinausap natin yung DBM at Civil Service Commission at saka Professional Regulatory Commission. Gumawa tayo ng mga career paths. So, may school administration path tayo sa mga gustong maging principal, tapos gumawa tayo ng teacher 4, 5, 6 para ma-promote. Kasi yun yung, kaya napapirate daw yung ibang teachers natin. Kasi after 10, 15 years as teacher 1 or teacher 2, parang hindi naman tumataas ang kanilang sweldo. So naghahanap sila ng ibang opportunity, minsan abroad. So very susceptible to poaching yung ating mga teachers. So with this career progression, maraming matutuwang mga teachers dahil kitang-kita nila pwede silang tumagal sa teaching profession at they can eke out a living wage and provide a decent living to their families.
That's wonderful. Now, tamang-tama yung timing na pagpasok ninyo na mag-open ng school, tapos nagkaroon ng malaking bagyo. Kamusta na? May backlog ba sa improvements or mga bagong classrooms?
Yes. Medyo kinabahan kami doon, Daphne, kasi, the very first day, parang nasa over 1,000 yung hindi nakabukas nung, July 29, kung di ako nagkakamali. But ang maganda, after 1 week, lahat naman nakabukas. So, even the most flooded schools, maraming binaha sa Metro Manila Kamanava, and even in Region 1, tsaka sa Mindanao, mga binaha talaga. But ang maganda dyan, doon ko nakita talaga yung bayanihan spirit ng ating mga communities at ng ating mga teachers at yung sakripisyo. Parang nabilib talaga ako sa ating mga teachers na yung dedication nila, yung sila na mismo na nasira yung kanilang mga bahay or apektado sila ng baha. Pero nandun sila sa eskwelahan at nag-overtime sila para lang malinis, para lang mahanda yung mga aklat o yung mga libro ng ating mga estudyante. Yun talagang, it's very heartwarming, it's nakakataba talaga ng puso. At cannot say enough about the sacrifice of our teachers.
It's a real calling. It's very special calling. Secretary Angara, let's go into the problems of basic education. One of them is, of course, the low scores of the Philippines in the PISA testing of the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. We are like second to the last.
That's right.
Right? In creative thinking.
Thinking and reading as well.
Right.
Yes.
What can be done?
Well, it really goes to the quality of our education because the PISA measures very specific types of skills. They present you with a situation and you must react to it and analyze it. So hindi lang siya parang yung normal exam na ano yung nangyari itong date na to or ano yung cause nito. So they really give you a problem. It's a very real world type of thing.
I saw it. It was quite hard.
It's not easy. I've seen it also. So hindi siya madali at minsan cross-cutting pa siya. Ibig sabihin by cross-cutting, marami siyang tinatakal. Pwedeng math, may reading in one problem. So it is a challenge for us because very structured yung teaching natin. And we also teach in a certain form that doesn't always encourage analysis and critical thinking, which is another thing na binanggit ni Pangulong Bongbong sa kanyang SONA na kailangan analytical thinkers tayo, critical thinkers. So that's also what the PISA tries to measure. So sa akin, I think we need to have more test exams that are PISA-like. Kasi hindi tayo sanay sa ganon. And number two, binibigyan sa computer. It's administered through computer. So yung ibang bata, hindi sila sanay mag-computer, mas lalo na mag-exam. Siyempre kinakabahan ka. So pag nakita mo yung computer for the first time, medyo apektado yung performance nila. And again, also, we should zero in on sino yung grade levels na yon and make sure yung science is very focused and very targeted toward.
So there are many ways to address that.
Yes, different ways. Through teaching and also through technology and also through tutorials. So different things.
Well, education, it takes like a generation to see the result. What reforms you put in now, we won't see it until they graduate 12 years later. So what are the seeds that you want to plant as DepEd Secretary?
Well, the learning delivery is important, I think. But if you're talking about a lot of things that I want to change the culture in a way because we want to have a culture of assessment and measurement, meaning based on our decisions are not based on what we think or what we feel, but really based on evidence. We measure our outcomes. So when we test our teachers, when we rate them, I don't mean necessarily more exams, but maybe more objective tools to measure our education outcomes. And the technology, bring the education system into the modern world, So I think kasi may traditional problems tayo, yung classroom gap, yung kakulangan ng computers or libro. I think technology can help us leapfrog a lot of these problems.
And now there are so many other apps and companies that are willing to do these things for free or for less cost.
Yes, that's right.
And I believe that the DepEd is also looking into these kinds of partnerships.
Yes, we actually signed, I don't know if you've heard of Khan Academy. That's one of
that's
the biggest.
Mommy's best friend.
Oh, you use it?
Yes, it's so efficient.
Yes, that's right. I mean, ano siya, parang education software or edtech as they like to call it. Para yung, ang ganda kasi interactive siya, but it requires na may computer ka nga. So, at saka, ang maganda sa kanya, another thing that you talked about what we want to plant, I think we have to make learning engaging and fun. Kailangan kasi pag masaya siya on his own, he will seek out new forms of learning on his own kahit wala yung teacher or hindi required, gagawin niya talaga dahil enjoy siya, di ba? So I think Khan Academy, that's one thing they do very well and we can learn from that.
So you mentioned dapat masaya at hindi gutom. That's another thing that the DepEd is also involved in, nutrition.
We have a feeding program. The President mentioned that during our meeting because he knows he's very aware that it's a cross-cutting thing. And it's not just about food supply, sabi niya, it's about nutrition, making sure kids eat the right thing. Hindi lang any type of food. It's nutritious food, it's a good mix, the right protein, carbohydrates for energy. Dapat he's very concerned about that, no? So
Secretary Angara, I was asking you earlier about this path that you took for 20 years being a politician and then now as Secretary of Education. And you know, now that I think about it, it's not surprising. You do have roots in education. Your father is the OG of education.
That's right. He was a UP president back in the 1980s. And he was chair of the first EDCOM, or yes, ng mga education. Of result of his work at EDCOM, nagkaroon tayo ng DepEd, ng CHED, ng TESDA, and all these education agencies, National Book Development Board, etc.
So, as part of the legacy, is there something that you would like to continue that your father had instilled in you?
Well, he aimed high. Gusto niya talaga world-class yung mga Filipinos. So I think that's one thing that we should try to instill sa baba, na talagang kaya natin. It's just that minsan yung culture na wag pwede na lang, dapat talaga. We aspire for mastery. Diba? That's something the founder of Khan Academy said. You don't aspire for pwede na. You aspire for mastery. Maaaring hindi mo makuha, pero di ba? Parang pag gumagawa ka ng bahay, tatapusin mo yung bahay. Hindi mo sasabihin na gagawa lang ako ng one story, di ba? Yun lang matatapos na ako doon. In everything, you have to aspire for mastery.
And also in their generation, nakikita natin noon na talagang umangat sila through education and aspiring for excellence.
Yes, yun ang pinagyabang sa akin ng aking ama, Daphne. Pinagyabang niya na never siya nagbayad ng tuition.
Wow.
Laging may nagbayad ng, of course, public school product siya from elementary to part of his high school. Tapos UP subsidized yung tuition niya. And then he earned a scholarship to go to the University of Michigan Law School. So yun ang pinamana niya sa akin. Sabi, you have to open doors for the less fortunate. Dito sa increase access to educational opportunities.
Okay, well, you mentioned tuition, so I'll go back to some of the questions here. Meron palang request na magtaas ng matrikula or inaapila ng mga pribadong paaralan. Where are we at this request?
They're private schools, so I think that's their prerogative, no? But yeah, because they should know also. Alam rin nila, may market penalty yan eh. Pag tinaas mo masyado, maglilipatan yan, di ba? That's why, in fact, some of the good public schools, doon naglilipatan yung ibang estudyante. Kasi alam nila maganda yung programa doon.
Is there anything being done to protect those who need it most to get into these public schools?
Yes, we have a voucher system na maganda. So, under the GASPE, meron tayong vouchers na binibigay sa mga mahirap na pamilya. So, kahit walang public school doon, pwede silang lumipat sa private school. So, it's looking at the educational system as a whole. Parang yung private at saka yung public, complementary and part. There are complementary parts of a whole.
So, looking at the education system now, you are the secretary. You have so many partners. You have the private sector, multi-agencies. You also have foreign governments and agencies trying to help. Sino ang katuwang ng DepEd sa pag-i-ensure na ang bata ay make quality education?
Ako, madami, Daphne. It's really, sabi nga nila, it takes a village, di ba? Talagang buong, it's a community effort. That's what we're trying to develop. Nakita natin yan dati, pero parang may time na nawala siya. Na parang inasa na lang lahat sa eskwelahan o sa gobyerno. Na gusto natin ibalik na yung pagpapakain sa bata, yung creating a learning environment at home. Pag uwi ng bata, conducive to learning siya, di ba? Hindi yung maingay, malakas yung TV, di ba? Nakakakain siya. So, the basics eh. And then also, putting up vegetable gardens, yung gulayan sa paaralan, di ba? These are not strictly speaking the functions of a school, but because these are the problems, kailangan medyo creative tayo sa ating approach, di ba? So, that community approach we want to bring it. So, katuwang natin is everyone actually. And the reason why I I think it's come to a point na all these people want to help kasi nakikita na apektado na sila eh. Yung mga negosyante, yung mga parang, teka, bakit parang hindi masyado productive yung ating mga employees? And they realize it's a function of the educational system. So, kami, we have to start young. Feeding programs, reading, comprehension. Sabi ni President Marcos, make sure yung fundamentals natin are very sound. Yung tinatawag na foundational skills.
That's great. Any future plans and message for our kababayans?
Well, binabati natin ang ating mga viewers at makakaasa sila sa mga reforma dito sa ilalim ni Pangulong Marcos at ang hamon nga niya sa kanyang State of the Nation address sa atin, sa ating bagong kalihim, sabi niya, yung hamon ay itaas yung antas ng ating edukasyon. So, we're taking that to heart, Daphne, at talagang lahat ng posibleng gagawin po natin.
Well, Secretary Angara, we are so excited that you are at the helm of the Department of Education, and I'm here to help you communicate to the public your programs, and we're here to support you all the way.
Thank you very much, Daphne. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Education is the cornerstone of our nation's future. It is also part of the Marcos administration's 8-point socioeconomic agenda, which aims to improve the quality of education in the country. Bagay na tututukan ng Department of Education para maihatid ang dekalidad na edukasyon sa mga mag-aaral, maging ang kapakanan ng bawat guro sa bansa. We bring you in-depth views of the latest issues and regular palace updates. I'm Daphne Osenya Paez, your Malacanang Insider. Have a good day.
Pagkakataon nyo ng maglingkod para sa bayan. Inaanyayahan namin ang lahat ng mga individual na may talento at dedikasyon na mag-apply sa aming mga bukas na posisyon. News Division, Associate Producer, Graphic Artist, Production Coordinator, Writer, PCSO Unit, Cargen Operator, Graphic Artists. Ipadala ang iyong resume sa hireme@ptni.gov.ph. Sama-sama nating ipagdiwang ang mga bayani ng silid-aralan. Salamat sa inyong pagsisikap at dedikasyon. Patuloy ninyong hinuhubog ang kinabukasan ng kabataan at ng bayan. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang mga dapat ilagay sa go bag bilang paghahanda sa anumang sakuna. Maglagay ng tubig na maiinom at mga pagkaing hindi madaling masira. Maglaan ng espasyo para sa first aid kit at survival kit para sa mga hindi inaasahang pangyayari. Huwag kalimutan ang toiletries para mapanatili ang kalinisan sa katawan. Samahan din ang mga damit at beddings na magtatagal ng ilang araw. At para ligtas at may alam, magdala ng personal protective equipment at mga teknikal na gamit. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo. PTV Crime Watch, mga paalala laban sa human trafficking. Ang Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act ay batas na ipinasa upang wakasan ang human trafficking sa bansa. Layunin nitong protektahan ang mga biktima, lalo na ang mga kababaihan at kabataan. Sa ilalim ng batas, bawal ang pagre-recruit, pagkulong at pagbabiyahe ng mga tao patungo o palabas ng bansa gamit ang pagbabanta, panlilinlang, pamimilit at pag-aabuso ng kapangyarihan para sila ay ipasok sa prostitusyon, sa pilitang pagtatrabaho, pangaalipin, pagbebenta ng human organs at iba pang uri ng pananamantala. Kumilos laban sa human trafficking. Alamin ang inyong mga karapatan at makipag-ugnayan sa mga organisasyon at ahensya ng pamahalaan na maaaring magbigay proteksyon. Huwag basta maniwala sa mga nag-aalok ng trabaho, lalo na sa text at social media, at i-report ang anumang gawaing kahina-hinala. Sama-sama nating sugpuin ang problema ng human trafficking.
Magandang umaga, narito na ang PTV Balita ngayon. Sa lagay po ng ating panahon, tuluyan pang lumakas ang bagyong Julian at isa na itong severe tropical storm. Base sa pinakahuling monitoring ng Pag-asa, huli itong nabataan sa layong 305 kilometers silangan ng Apari, Cagayan. Ito ay may taglay na lakas ng hangin na malapit sa gitna na umaabot sa 95 kilometers per hour at pagbugso na umaabot sa 115 kilometers per hour. Kasalukuyan itong gumagalaw west-northwestward sa bilis na 10 kilometers per hour. Apektado ng bagyong Julian ang malaking bahagi ng Northern Luzon at nagdudulot din ito ng kaulapan sa Central Luzon at silangang bahagi ng Southern Luzon. Sa latest track and intensity forecast ng Pag-asa sa bagyong Julian, mula ngayong araw hanggang sa Martes, magpapatuloy ang pagtahak nito sa direksyong northwestward at west-northwestward patungo ng Batanes at Babuyan Islands. Mataas na rin ang tsansa na maglandfall ang bagyong Julian o lumapit ng bahagya ang sentro ng bagyo sa lugar ng Batanes at Babuyan Islands bukas. Ngayong gabi naman hanggang bukas ng madaling araw, inaasahan pa rin ang patuloy na paglakas ng bagyong Julian sa isang typhoon category at mataas ang tsansa ng rapid intensification kaya hindi inaalis ang posibilidad na maging isang ganap na super typhoon ang bagyong Julian sa mga susunod na araw.
At ito yung ating inaasahang panahon ngayong araw dito sa area ng Luzon. So malaking bahagi na extreme northern Luzon sa mga lugar yan ng mainland Cagayan, Batanes, Babuyan Islands, pati na rin sa area ng Ilocos Norte. Asahan natin ngayong araw ang masungit na panahon. Ito yung mga malalakas sa pag-ulan at mga pabugso-bugsong hangin na dala ni bagyong Julian. Samantala, maulap na kalangitan rin na sasamahan ng mga kalat-kalat na pag-ulan, pagkulog at pagkidlat dito sa nalalabing bahagi ng Northern Luzon, most of Central Luzon, pati na rin dito sa lalawigan ng Quezon at Camarines provinces. Kaya sa mga lugar na ito, especially dito sa malaking bahagi ng Hilangang Luzon, maghanda tayo sa mga banta ng pagbaha at pagguho ng lupa. For Metro Manila and the rest of Luzon ay mas maaliwalas ang ating panahon, mostly cloudy, pero yung mga pag-ulan lamang ay isolated or localized na dulot ng thunderstorms. Cost yan nung trough extension ni bagyong Julian. As of 5 a.m. today, nagtaas tayo ng tropical cyclone wind signal number 2 sa northeastern portion ng mainland Cagayan, sa bayan yan ng Santa Ana, at sa eastern portion ng Babuyan Island, sa mga isla ng Camiguin at Babuyan. Samantala, signal number 1 ang nakataas sa area ng Batanes, sa nalalabing bahagi ng Cagayan, sa rest of Babuyan Islands, sa bahagi ng Isabela, sa area ng Apayao, dito sa Abra, Kalinga, sa eastern and central portions ng Mountain Province, ang mga bayan yan ng Natunin, Paracelis, Sadanga, Barlig at Bontoc. May signal number 1 rin dito sa eastern portion ng Ifugao, sa mga bayan ng Aguinaldo, Alfonso Lista at Mayoyaw. Signal number 1 rin nakataas sa area ng Ilocos Norte, sa northern portion ng Ilocos Sur, sa mga bayan ng Sinait, Cabugao, San Juan, Magsingal, Santo Domingo, Bantay, San Ildefonso at San Vicente. May signal number 1 rin dito sa northern portion ng Aurora, sa mga bayan ng Dilasag at Kasiguran. Kaya sa mga areas na nabanggit, sa mga areas na may nakataas tayong warning signal or wind signal, especially areas under tropical cyclone wind signal number 2, ay maghanda na tayo ngayon pa lang sa mga banta ng malalakas na hangin na dala ng papalapit na bagyong Julian. And yung pinakamataas na warning signal na posible nating i-issue para sa bagyong ito ay wind signal number 4. At sa mga lugar naman na walang nakataas na tropical cyclone wind signal, posible pa rin tayo makaranas ng mga pabugso-bugsong hangin. So ngayong araw, sa mga areas ng Aurora, Calabarzon, Romblon at Bicol Region, asahan natin yung mga pagbugso ng hangin. And tomorrow, bukas, Makakaranas rin tayo ng mga malalakas na hangin o yung gusts of wind dito sa area ng Pangasinan, Zambales, Bataan, Aurora, Quezon Province, Romblon at Bicol Region. At sa mga pag-ulan naman o yung heavy rainfall na dala ng nasabing bagyo, ngayon pa lamang asahan natin na magpapatuloy yung mga pag-ulan sa most of northern Luzon. So asahan natin itong heavy to intense rains sa areas ng Batanes at Babuyin Islands. Samantala, moderate to heavy rains ang ating inaasahan ngayong araw sa mainland Cagayan, Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Abra at Apayao. And starting tomorrow, makakaranas na tayo ng intense torrential rains sa bahagi ng Batanes at Babuyin Islands. Mas malakas pa yung mga pag-ulan dito sa mainland Cagayan. Heavy to intense rains dyan, pati na rin dito sa area ng Ilocos Norte. And moderate to heavy rains sa mga lalawigan ng Apayao, Abra, Ilocos Sur, La Union at Benguet. Pagsapit naman ng Martes ay magpapatuloy itong intense torrential rains. Ito yung napakalakas hanggang sa matitinding buhos ng ulan sa area ng Batanes at Babuyin Islands. Heavy to intense rains sa area ng Apayao, Abra at Ilocos Norte. At moderate to heavy rains pa rin natin inaasahan sa lalawigan ng Ilocos Sur at mainland Cagayan.
Tiniyak ng Department of Migrant Workers na makakauwi na sa Pilipinas sa October 3 ang 15 overseas Filipino workers na nag-avail ng voluntary repatriation dahil sa nagpapatuloy na tensyon sa Lebanon. Ayon sa DMW, ginagawa na nila ang lahat para mahikayat ang mga Pinoy sa Lebanon na bumalik na sa bansa. Paglilinaw naman ni DMW Foreign Employment and Welfare Services OIC Yusek Felibay, nakatakda sanang dumating sa bansa ang 15 noong September 26. Pero naudlot ito dahil nagkaroon ng suspension ng flights mula sa Lebanon. Sa ngayon ay nasa alert level 3 na ang sitwasyon sa Lebanon at wala pang assessment kung itataas pa ito sa level 4 para sa mandatory repatriation. Sa kasalukuyan ay may mahigit 11,000 Pilipino sa Lebanon na karamihan ay nagtatrabaho bilang domestic helper at permanent resident na rin doon. Oras na dumating sila sa bansa ay bibigyan sila ng tulong pinansyal mula sa DMW at Overseas Workers Welfare Administration at iba pang tulong mula sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang updates, i-like at i-follow kami sa aming mga social media account. Ako po si Dominic Albelor para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas. Magandang umaga!
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Hello, I'm Minh.
And I'm Van Hiệp.
We are
From
Vietnam. Today we will take you to the beautiful and friendly cities of our ASEAN community.
And now, let the journey begin.
Hey Hiệp, what are the criteria for you to choose a city to visit?
Well, it should be the city with the beautiful scenery, clean environment, the friendly people, and of course, the great food.
Wow, so many criterias. But what is the most important one to you?
It would be the friendly people, because that gives me a sense of comfort, intimacy, as if I were living in my own country.
Okay, so let's visit the following city. I'm sure they will definitely satisfy you.
So join us.
Bandar Seri Begawan is a green, clean, beautiful city blended with the ancient beauty of mosques and the modern beauty of road system. It's a must-visit place if you want to discover Brunei. Bandar Seri Begawan, located in the heart of Brunei, is the capital of this country, with more than 33,000 people. This is the oldest capital of Brunei. Bandar Seri Begawan was the center of trade, commerce, and administration of Brunei hundreds of years ago. Bandar Seri Begawan has now become a modern city with lots of construction projects like mosques, concrete bridges, or schools and police stations. Royal Regalia Museum, a local cultural and arts museum, is a modern architectural work. The museum shows the quintessence of the royal family as well as the traditions of Brunei. This museum is a prominent tourist attraction of the city as it is beautiful and contains the soul of Brunei. From the observatory tower of this museum, you can admire the overall picture of Kampong Island. From the distance, Kampong Tower is under construction. Kampong Tower is part of a major cable-stayed bridge which is built by the government in Kampong. It is considered the first cable-stayed bridge in Brunei. The process of modernization has not lost traditions and cultural features of the locals. Their traditional customs have always been preserved to date. In this village, the people travel mainly by waterways. They go by boat or canoe to visit each other. Traditional dishes are an integral part of their daily menu. Boat building craft is the pride of the people on Kampong Island. This traditional craft is a symbol for the soul as well as the pride of the people here. Important activities of Brunei are held in Bandar Seri Begawan, like Independence Day, sports days, or the big days related to the royal family. Besides the traditional culture, the people here appreciate nature and wildlife. Walking along the riverside, you can meet very interesting monkeys of Brunei. In the middle of the city center is a very interesting resort with walking paths and beautiful waterfalls. Here, tourists can experience the harmony between man and nature. Nightlife is also extremely interesting. Bandar with complex. Try a variety of food, from Brunei traditional food to Western food, as well as the unique blend of cuisine among the ASEAN countries. Many people like to come to this market because the dishes are cheap and very tasty. Local people always spend time to eat with friends, relatives, and even the guests they meet by chance.
Bandar Seri Begawan is a place where modernity meets tradition. The people are friendly, welcoming, and have a special bond with the monarch. This makes it a perfect getaway to Brunei Darussalam. Bandar Seri Begawan, my city, my love.
eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, mind have not conceived what God had planned and prepared in His 35 years, finalizing the mandate anniversary.
Itong kaarawan ng Diyos, sa Jesus Our Shield Worldwide Ministry, mga bulag, makakita, bingi, makakarinig, bilay, makakalakad.
Bago buhay ay nagkaroon ng bagong buhay, niligtas ay naligtas. Dadating po October 13, araw po ng linggo, 4 p.m. sa Marikina Sports Center, leader and experience unlimited supernatural signs, wonders, and miracles of God.
This is the Singapore most people see. But this is what I see. This is my neighborhood. Kids running around. Kids being kids. That's what I used to do together with my friends. I can't wait to take you on this wonderful journey into the heartlands, behind all the glitz and glamour of this city. The Mama Shop. I remember going there very often. There is no other place in the world like our void decks. A place to work at. A place for celebrations. And a place for us to chill. We love to be around nature. After all, we live in a garden city. Seeing them play never fails to remind me of my days in secondary school. We're always rushing somewhere. To catch the bus, to catch the train. It can be a hassle sometimes, but at least it gets us to where we want to go. After a hard day's work, the thought on our minds are the ones we love. And sleep. Morning trips to the market with Mum? Check. Coffee shops. Something every Singaporean is familiar with. People come here to eat, relax, or just to pass time. We have an immense variety of food. But when we get too overwhelmed, chicken rice. So you see, this city as a home really isn't about the glitz and glamour. Like a humble plate of chicken rice, it is a source of comfort and familiarity to us. Just like the heartlands. And that is Singapore to me.
Hi, my name is Tiatan. I am 26 years old and I run a social initiative called The Hidden Good. I grew up in Singapore but ended up spending a lot of my time overseas too. I was going to school and living and working around the world in like US and in Europe and stuff. And I think home for me is also a place to come back to feel at ease, to feel loved, to feel whole. I think there's this perception that Singaporean youth are privileged, they are disconnected. What I'm seeing is that Singaporean youth want something more now. I was pleasantly surprised, I think, to the diversity of dreams and aspirations that people had. But now it's just about creating the right conditions, the right environment, and the right kind of space for these ideas, these dreams to really take flight. It's time that we actually take a stand for things that we believe in, especially when it's about building a better and brighter future for the place that we call home. it's not so much, okay, if there was ever like a war in Singapore, whether you stay to fight. I think a lot of people would stay to fight for like their families and their loved ones, but will you stay to rebuild it? Yeah. No, I do love Singapore a lot.
Consumer Watch. Mga praktikal na paraan sa pagtitipid at wastong paggamit ng tubig. Hugasan agad ang mga plato para mas madaling linisin ang mga ito. Bawasan ang pagdidilig ng mga halaman at gawin lamang ito tuwing madaling araw o sa hapon. I-defrost sa chiller ang mga gagamiting karne at iba pang frozen food para hindi na kailangan gumamit ng tubig. Gamitin ang full load ng washing machine tuwing maglalaba at maglagay lamang ng tamang dami ng sabon o detergent. Iksian ang shower time o pagligo. Kung maaari, gumamit na lamang ng timba at tabo. Gamitin ang pinagbanlawang tubig sa paglalaba, sa pag-flush ng toilet bowl. Malaking tulong din ang tamang paggamit. I-check ang metro sa hating gabi o sa madaling araw kapag wala nang gumagamit. Maging bahagi ng solusyon at sama-sama tayong umaksyon. Dapat laging listo.
Wow, they are so amazing. Do you think so, Hiệp?
Yeah, they are so amazing. I'm really fascinated by the peace and the tranquility of the cities. And if I have a chance, I will come there for sure.
So where have you been to in the ASEAN region?
Well, I had the chance to visit Luang Prabang in Laos, Phnom Penh in Cambodia, and Mandalay in Myanmar. And they are so amazing.
Why so?
Because they are the cities with the very strong feature of Buddhist culture. So I'm sure not only me, but any visitors coming to the city will be impressed by the beautiful scenery, the peaceful and the ancient space, and the strong cultural imprints of the city.
So now, Hiệp, let us visit those cities.
Of course.
Phnom Penh City is the center of politics, trade, culture, and tourism of Cambodia. Phnom Penh is developed with high-rise buildings and luxury hotels and is a favorite tourist destination. Thanks to the good political situation and security, Phnom Penh has attracted many domestic and foreign investors. In particular, the construction industry is growing rapidly and widely. Buddhism is the national religion here. The strong belief in Buddhism of Cambodian people was formed a long time ago and handed down until today and tomorrow.
Ulat Bayan Weekend, alas 6 ng gabi, dito lang sa PTV.
Located on a curve of the Mekong River, Vientiane has a recorded history that stretches back to around 1000 AD. The Lao people believe that Vientiane's name means the city of the moon, which is a very romantic name for a wonderful city. Vientiane, the capital of Laos, formerly known as Lan Sang Kingdom, or the land of millions of elephants, is one of the fast-rising cities in Southeast Asia.
Yes, I have been here before, but I really enjoy my time in Vientiane and in Laos in general.
Oh, I love Vientiane. I love the city itself, the people, the friendliness of the people, and then how there's a lot of places where you can sit and walk around freely. And then the food is nice. So I went to eat the pho sap. I know that sap is delicious, and I learned several words already, like kap chai, which is thank you, and then sabaidi, of course, for good morning. So yeah, I enjoy the place.
Signs that Vientiane is becoming bigger and more vibrant and more modern are always visible, but at the same time, I am impressed by the attachment of Lao people to their historical heritage, by the good conditions of historical monuments, and by their very friendly attitude.
And you have good food as well. And I enjoy going to the cultural sites to see the stupa. I just went to the Tat Luang and I thought it's great. I went to Luang Prabang several years ago and I look forward to going there again.
I think what ultimately makes the city interesting is its people. So from all these points of view, I would strongly recommend Laos to any foreign visitors who would like to be here and to become familiar with Laos history, culture, and modern life.
It is the home to the most significant national monument in Laos, Tat Luang, or Great Stupa, which is the symbol of Laos and an icon of Buddhism in Laos. Of the many beautiful wats in Vientiane, a visit to Wat Sisakhet is a must. Built in 1818, this is one of the oldest temples in Vientiane. Other Buddhist holy places are Ho Pakeo, across the street from Wat Sisakhet, houses a beautiful collection of Buddha statues, including traditional Lao style of the calling for rain and offering protection. Patat Luang, or Grand Sacred Stupa, was originally built by King Saiseta Thilat in the middle of the 16th century. It has long been the national symbol and is one of the most important monuments in Laos. It is a sacred site because people believe the stupa has enshrined a relic of the Lord Buddha.
ใจหลายที่ได้เกิดเป็นคนลาวแล้วก็ได้แบบปฏิบัติตามยึดครองประเพณีเนาะแล้วก็ได้มีแบบอย่างที่ดีมาจากปู่ย่าน้าอาเนาะครูอาจารย์ได้สอนมาเลยแต่ละปีเนาะเราได้มาแห่ประสาทเพิงกับครอบครัวเลยได้ปฏิบัติตามยึดครองประเพณีอย่างถูกต้องได้ทุกสิ่งเบียงแพรเลย
ธรรมศาสตร์และการนุ่งถือวัฒนธรรมที่แบบคนลาวนี่เป็นแบบอย่างในต่างชาติหลายเขามาไผเห็นมียิ่งลาวนุ่งศิลป์อย่างที่เขามักยาวแล้วก็ขั้นคนมาเวียงจันทน์ขั้นบ่เห็นถาดหลวงในซ้ำมาบ่ฮอดเวียงจันทน์แล้ว
โอ้ก็อยากให้ข้าเจ้าไปบันไดเนี่ยวัดว่าอารามอันที่ว่าอันนั้นเฮานับถือหลายๆนะอยากให้ข้าเจ้าไปรับรู้ว่าประเพณีลาวเฮากับพุทธศาสนาเนี่ยไม่เป็นแนวใดเห็นไหมคำกล่าวที่ว่าเสียวัฒนธรรมแม่นเสียชาติเนาะเขาก็อยากให้คนรุ่นหลังที่ว่าเขาต้องเป็นแบบอย่างเนาะให้คนรุ่นหลังแล้วก็เสี่ยมสอนเนาะให้คนรุ่นหลังค่ะนะเพื่อว่าเฮ็ดนำตามประเพณีอันเก่าแก่ของลาวเฮา
Tat Luang Festival is held annually and celebrations take at least 3 days. When the day of Tat Luang Festival approaching, all sections of society prepare offerings and getting ready for the various celebratory activities, including the wax castle procession for worshipping the Grand Stupa. A wax castle or pasat pung is shaped like a house made from wood scraps or banana trunks and decorated with sculpted wax, candles, and incense, banknotes, pen, books, and flowers to resemble a castle. Wax castle offerings for worshipping Buddha and sacred sites is a tradition which has been transferred from generation to generation. Lao Buddha will receive merit in making an offering, and by offering a castle means they will be in a castle in paradise after death or have a better life if reborn.
My name is Hank. I come from Holland. I'm a tourist here in Vientiane, and I like to visit the festival here. There's so many people. It's beautiful. I love Lao people. It's very nice.
Yes, first time to Laos. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's just incredible. Can't quite believe it looks amazing. It's beautiful.
I've been to Luang Prabang, I've been to Savanakhet, I've been to Paksay, and now Vientiane. It's great, it's nice. Nice people, quiet, beautiful countryside. So it's good, yes, I like.
The large parade of colorful wax castle will be followed by thousands of people, and on the way there is also traditional music, drum and gong beating, singing and dancing. The procession attracts more people as onlookers, including foreign visitors interested in Lao traditions and culture. A wax castle is considered as a very worthy offering to Buddha, and a procession always walks 3 times around the ordinary hall of the temple and is led by monks chanting prayers. The first round honors Buddha, the second round honors his teaching, and the third round honors to his followers. Another highlight of celebrating Tat Luang Festival is giving alms, which is one of Lao tradition. According to Buddha's teaching, making merit by giving alms is an essential part of Lao culture. Giving alms is a good deed, which results in merit for devotees. It's also a beautiful Lao tradition and part of Lao culture for a long time. So Buddhist followers vow to continue preserving it as much as possible. Alms givers take a lump of sticky rice and turn it into their hands a little before placing it in the bowls of the monks as they pass. Offerings mainly consist of sweet rice cake, locally known as khao tom, bananas, money, and boxes of sticky rice, which is the main food staple of the Lao people. After the almsgiving, the water is poured on a tree or flowers around the temple or home in honor of the soul of the person's deceased relatives, and to tell their guardian spirits to witness this and deliver the offerings to them. Women wear a long skirt and modest blouse, while the men also dress respectfully in a t-shirt and trousers. When both men and women give alms, they must wear a sash as a sign of reverence towards the monks and novices. The traditional game of Tiki, similar to hockey, is an iconic feature of the annual Tat Luang Festival and remains an inherent part of this many-sided celebration. The game was always played in a friendly spirit with the aim of bolstering solidarity between the local populace and government officials. Some elderly people recall that back in their day, there was not only a Tiki match, but also a horse racing competition. The match will be a lot more enjoyable this year now that the Tat Luang Esplanade has been widened and is a lot more attractive than it was over 40 years ago. Vientiane is very proud of its peacefulness and safety and its many cultural and natural tourist attractions. It is said that the 2016 festival was very important and meaningful because it marked the 450th anniversary. Tat Luang is a sacred stupa and the center of Lao culture and solidarity, and the center of Buddhist faith in Laos. Vientiane was a wealthy civilized territory with a long history, splendid cultural traditions, historical relics, and preserved monuments. The Mekong and Namgum rivers, which were vital elements that enabled it to be exceptional.
Pagkakataon nyo ng maglingkod para sa bayan. Inaanyayahan namin ang lahat ng mga individual na may talento at dedikasyon na mag-apply sa aming mga bukas na posisyon. Engineering Division, Administrative Assistant, Audio Operator, Broadcast Operations Technician, Camera Operator, CCU System Technician, Musical Spinner, Studio Light Operator.
Preserving its splendid culture and tradition. With the population over 1,600 people in the village, there are Thai Lu people migrated from 12 Panna Prefecture. Even under the continuous change in the states, economic and social circumstances, the love and value of Thai Lu community still take part in preserving its cultural and intellectual heritage, as well as develop the cultural tourism by its community.
ไปเฮียนแล้วเนอะโหจะเมื่อจะไปละไปดีมาปอดไปหลอดมางามเนอะฮักแม่เนอะจ้ะ
สัพพิติโยมิวาสันตุสัพพะโลโกมิวาสันตุมาเตภวะตนตรายโยสุขีติขายุโขภวะอาภิวาตานาสีนิจานิจังพุทธาปจายโนจัตตาโลธรรมาวาทันติอายุวันโนสุขังปะลัง
The tourists are warmly welcomed as if they were relatives. They learn the Thai Lu way of life. Within Ban Thai Lu, there are models of traditional bedrooms, kitchen, and terrace. Nowadays, Even if the houses in Luang Neo village are modernized, its villagers are still living sufficiently, simply, and happily.
เจ้าเดี๋ยวนี้เนาะก็แขกแก้วตั้งหลายก็ลูกเกาลูกไก่มาถึงเฮิรนลือแล้วเนาะเจ้าเฮาก็ตอนรับโดยการผูกข้อมือมัดมือตือขวัญหับขวัญกำเดียวข้าเจ้าจะได้เจิ้นแขกแก้วตั้งหลายไปเยะกินพัดไทยไตลือเตยกันเนาะเจ้าพัดไทยไตลือเชียงรายพะเยาเชียงใหม่ลำพูนไปไกลลำปางแต่นานเชิญเขาเจอที่หวานลุงไปตกแปลกใจงอตอบดอกบาน50 บาทปีแอร์เอาล้างเป็นชิมเทสชิมเลยเทส
Oh no, it's too difficult for us to eat with this.
ฮ้อนไหม
ฮ้อน this
Thank you.
หม้ออร่อยมาก delicious
ลำขนาด
หม้อ
เจ้าเฮ้ยเจ้าเฮ้ยหน้าบัดเดียววันนี้ฟังต่อโตคอยนี่เลาะปิ้นคุณไตลือเมืองลองนาสืบจากเจอมาจาก12 ปันนาได้ยกย้ายมาสู่ล้านนาเมืองแก้วสังมาผ่องแผ่วเมืองแก้ววัฒนธรรมปากันน้อมนำวัฒนธรรมไตลือหือใดมีจืออยู่บนโลกใบกว้างมาปะหอมตาลตีอำเภอดอยสะเก็ดคุณลือใจเด็ดดอยสะเก็ดบ้านเกิดวันนี้มาเปิดบ้านลือพอเจินอีแม่เจินอีปอเข้ามาพอมาก้อยป้อใจอยู่แป้ได้ไข่โตบ้านหน่อยจนมาเจ้าขาเฮ้ยซอย
Wat Si Mung Mueang is the soul and spirit of Thai Lu people. The tourists would welcome here to pay worship to 5 late kings of Mueang Luang in the monastery of Thai Lu, Punyama Paro, and offer traditional paper flags of their years of birth for their fortune.
It's truly remarkable how friendly everybody is and how helpful everybody is, despite the language barrier, which is considerable, which I didn't have in all the other countries that I considered, but that was quite significant here, that I didn't really need to speak the language. You can communicate through body language, and the big thing here, of course, is the smile. I think it's the fact that it's they're all deeply immersed in Buddhism here, which brings with it a wonderful ethic, which is reflected in their way of living and their lifestyle. And I've come to admire Buddhism enormously, particularly coming here to a Thai Lu community, where the extraordinary thing is that in a world that's lost its interest in tradition and traditional ways of living, that they've kept this alive here. It is really remarkable, and I wish them well in the future, that they can continue to instill this in the next generation.
We have had a wonderful day here. It's been magnificent to be invited into the Thai Lu village, where we've learned a great deal about the Thai Lu culture. We have seen their costumes, which they weave themselves. We have been taught how to do some Thai Lu cooking, and when we go home to England, we're going to try and do the Thai Lu cooking at home. And I think it's very good that the Thai Lu people are preserving their ancient culture and are passing it on to their children. So thank you very much for inviting us here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.อีเม7 อุ๋งเกอจะเอาอันเก็บไว้ในพิพิธภัณฑ์บุญร้องเขานี่เพราะว่าอันนี้ก็บรรพบุรุษเฮาสมัยก่อนเปิ้นก็ใจอุ๋งเกอกันเนาะถึงแม้ว่าบัดเดี๋ยวเนี่ยเฮาไม่ได้ใจเฮาก็บ่ลืมเก็บเอามาไว้ในพิพิธภัณฑ์เพราะว่าหมู่บ้านเฮาเนี่ยเป็นหมู่บ้านใต้ลือบรรพชนของเฮาบรรพบุรุษของเฮาเปิ้นก็ได้รักษาสืบสานฮีดห้อยมายังไหวละไหวปิ้นมรดกตกทอดมรดกภูมิปัญญาคือกับหมู่เฮาเหมือนกับปิ้นอย่างความดีรักษาความดีเหมือนกับเกอรักษาความกิมไหวลูกก็เหมือนกันเนอะถึงแม้ว่าจะจบปริญญาตรีปริญญาโทมายังมาอีนะอันใหม่ลูกเอาอันเก่าก็บดีละเนอะลูกเนอะ
ตึงบาละอันเก่าจะจ่วยแม่รักษาภูมิปัญญาไทยให้อยู่กับเมืองไทยตลอดไปจะคงความเป็นไตลื้อของเฮาจนกว่าจะมีรุ่นต่อไป
โอ้ดีใจ
ตลอดเลยแม่ต้องห่วงนะ
หายโหงอีนะเจ้าอยู่ดีมีสุขเนอะเจริญเนอะรักษาสืบสานวัฒนธรรมเฮาต่อไปเนอะ
เจ้าตึงบาละ
Nakapagrehistro ka na ba para sa darating na halalan? Magtungo na sa inyong local COMELEC office para sa local voter registration. At sa anumang embahada, konsulada o meko ng Pilipinas para sa overseas voter registration. Ang local at overseas registration ay magtatagal hanggang September 30, 2024. Tatanggapin mula bagong botante, transfer, reactivation, reinstatement, change of status, correction of entry, at overseas to local registration. Basta qualified magrehistro, welcome kayo dito! Huwag kalimutang magdala ng valid proof of identification. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin lamang ang COMELEC website o social media pages nito. Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa inyong pambansang TV. Kasama mong naghahangad ng malinis at maayos na halalan sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Ojit Jo A Manali ဆိုတဲ့အဆိုအရမြန်မာတက္ကရီ1221ခုနှစ် လွန်ခဲ့တဲ့ AD 1859ခုမှာကုန်းပေါင်မင်းဆယ်ဆယ်မြောက်မင်းတို့မင်းကြီး1853-1888မှာတည်ထောင်ခဲ့တဲ့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ယဉ်ကျေးမှုမြို့တော်မန္တလေးမြို့ဟာကုန်းပေါင်မင်းဆက်များထီးနှန်းဆိုင်စိုးစံခဲ့တဲ့မင်းနေပြည်တော်ဖြစ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်။ဒါကြောင့်သက်တမ်း150ကျော်ရှိပြီဖြစ်တဲ့မန္တလေးမြို့မှာမြမရှီဟောင်းအမွေနဲ့လက်ရများစွာကိုမြင်တွေ့နိုင်တယ်လို့ပြည်ရေးပြည်ပခီးသွားတွေကိုဆွဲဆောင်နေတဲ့နေရာများစွာလည်းရှိနေစေဖြစ်ပါတယ်။မန္တလေးတောင်ဟာမန္တလေးမြို့ရဲ့မြောက်ဘက်မှာတည်ရှိပြီးပင်လယ်ရေမျက်နှာပြင်ကနေမီတာ230မြင့်ပါတယ်။မန္တလေးတောင်ဟာမန္တလေးမြို့ကိုအပေါ်ကနေစီးပိုးအုံမိုးထားသလိုရှိပေရမှာမန္တလေးတောင်ပေါ်ကနေပြီးကြည့်လို့ရှိရင်နန်းမြို့ကိုကျုံနေတကွမန္တလေးမြို့ရဲ့ရှုခင်းတွေကိုကောင်းမွန်စွာမြင်တွေ့ရမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ကျုံနဲ့မြို့ရိုးကာရန်ထားတဲ့မန္တလေးနန်းတော်ကြီးဟာကုန်းပေါင်မင်းဆက်ရဲ့ဘုရင်များစိုးစံခဲ့တဲ့နေရာဖြစ်ပါတယ်။1885ခုနှစ်တီဘောမင်းလက်ထက်တတိယအင်္ဂလိပ်မြန်မာစစ်ပွဲမတိုင်မီ1860-1885ခုမှာနောက်ဆုံးကျန်ရတဲ့လွတ်လပ်တဲ့မြန်မာမင်းနေပြည်တော်ကြီးလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ဒုတိယကမ္ဘာစစ်အတွင်းကဘုံကျဲခြင်းကိုအကြိမ်ကြိမ်ခံခဲ့ရပြီးပျက်စီးခဲ့ပြီမဲ့လို့နောက်ပိုင်းမှာပြန်လည်ပြုပြင်ပြီးညနန်းစံကျော်ရွှေနန်းတော်ကြီးကိုပြန်လည်တည်ဆောက်ခဲ့ပါတယ်။ရွှေကျောင်းလိုလူသိများတဲ့ရွှေနန်းတော်ကျောင်းတစ်ဆောင်လုံးဟာအရှိအနောက်တိုင်15လုံးတန်းနဲ့တောင်မြောက်တိုင်10လုံးတန်းရှိခြင်းကြောင့်တိုင်ပေါင်း150နေရာရုပ်ထောက်တိုင်ပေါင်း42တိုင်နဲ့တရက်ကင်းအုပ်လီက90နဲ့တိဆောက်ထားတာဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ရွှေနန်းတော်ကျောင်းတစ်ခုလုံးမှာမြန်မာမှုတစ်သားပပုအခြေခံချူပန်ချွန်းတွေအပြောက်အမိုးများရုပ်လုံးရုပ်ကြွများကျင်းငက်တရိတ်ဆန်ရုပ်များနေရန်ကက်ရုပ်ကြွများတွေကိုစိတ်ဝင်စားဖွယ်မြောက်စွာအနုစိတ်ထုတ်လုပ်တက်ဆင်ထားပါတယ်။ရွှေနန်းတော်ကျောင်းဟာဒုတိယကမ္ဘာစစ်အတွင်းကစစ်ဘေးစီရန်အပျက်စီးတံကနေကင်းလွတ်ခဲ့တဲ့ညနန်းစံကျော်ရွှေနန်းတော်ကြီးရဲ့မူလလက်ရာနန်းတော်တာဝဏိကအဆောက်
မန္တလေးမြို့ဆိုရင်ညီမလေးရဲ့ဘာသာသာသနာထွန်းကားတဲ့မြို့ပေါ့နော်။မတို့မန္တလေးသူဖြစ်ရတဲ့အတွက်ကလည်းအဲ့ဒီအတွက်ကလည်းအများကြီးဂုဏ်ယူတယ်။နောက်မန္တလေးကျုံကြီးနဲ့မန္တလေးတောင်ဆိုတာလည်းမန္တလေးမြို့ရဲ့တကယ်အနှစ်သာရပေါ့ညီမလေး။ဘယ်မြို့မှာမှမရှိတဲ့အနှစ်သာရတွေပေါ့။အဲ့ဒီအတွက်ကလည်းပို့ပြီးတော့ဂုဏ်ယူမိပါတယ်မန္တလေးမြို့။
လောကမာရစိန်ကုသိုလ်တော်ဘုရားကြီးကို1921ခုနှစ်ကစုံလဆန်း14ရက်မှာစတင်တည်ထားခဲ့ပြီးဇေယျတော်မြတ်ကြီးရဲ့ဘေးဘက်မှာကမ္ဘာအကြီးဆုံးစာအုပ်ကြီးလို့တင်စားထားတဲ့ဗိရကတ်3ပုံပါဠိတော်ကျောက်စာပေါင်း929ချက်တည်ရှိပါတယ်။ကျောက်စာတစ်ချက်ကိုဓမ္မစေတီတဆူနှုံနဲ့တည်ထားခြင်းဖြစ်ရမှာတပ်ပယ်လွန်လာပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါလေးပြင်တခြားထင်ရှားကြော်ကြားစိတ်ဝင်စားဖွယ်တွေကိုလည်းတွေ့မြင်ရပါတယ်။မန္တလေးမြို့ရဲ့အထင်ကရတစ်ခုဖြစ်တဲ့ဥပိန်တရာဟာ1.2 ကီလိုမီတာတမိုင်ရဲ့4ပုံ3ပုံရှိလျားပြီးကမ္ဘာမှာအရှိဆုံးကျွန်းသားတရာဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ဒီအစီအစဉ်လေးကိုကြည့်ရှုနေကြတဲ့တခြားအာဆီယံအဖွဲ့ဝင်နိုင်ငံတွေကပြည်သူတွေကိုလည်းကျမတို့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့တာယာလှပတဲ့ရေမီတောတောင်တဘာဝရှုခင်းတွေကိုခန်းစားကြည့်ရှုရင်မြန်မာလူမျိုးတွေရဲ့နှွေးထွေးပြူနာတဲ့အပြုံးတွေနဲ့တိုက်လဲပေါ်ရည်စွာကြိုးစိုးနေမယ်ဆိုတာကို My City My Life Program အစီအစဉ်ကနေတစ်ဆင့်ဖိတ်ခေါ်လိုက်ပါရရှင်။
In a world and time when so much is changing, there is still so much of our culture that has to be documented and kept alive. Who are the bearers of these precious living cultures? How do they pass on a knowledge transmitted through the ages? What they represent has survived colonization, conflict, marginalization, and yet they persist. Sila ang sisidlan, the living vessels that store Dayaw, our knowledge, our pride.
Dayaw, a celebration of Filipino culture and heritage with Senator Lauren Ligarda. Only on Your People's Television.
Thank you, Mingan. Now I know more about our interesting cities in the ASEAN region.
But that's not all, Van Hiep. There are still many other beautiful cities that I want you to come and visit. I'm going to do it right now. Dear friends, there are many famous cities with their own beauty and attraction for their old age, simplicity and the tranquility, along with the people's lifestyle and the politeness, such as Dumaguete in the Philippines, Jakarta in Indonesia.
So right now, let's visit this city.
Dumaguete is known as a city of friendly and elegant people. Lots of people have come from different countries to this city to live. Therefore, the city has a rich and colorful culture. Festivals are regularly. The majority of the festivals are brought to this city by foreigners. Dumaguete has a thriving and developing economy. If you are a businessman, you will hardly meet the situation of harassment or corruption here. Dumaguete authorities always create favorable conditions for enterprises and give them enthusiastic support. With many ancient architectural works, the roads with rows of ancient trees, the city has become an ideal place for convalescence.
I fell in love with Dumaguete many years ago when I was invited initially by very good friends, and I've returned every year and liked it better every time I came. It's
The city brings together many universities with professional training programs, attracting a lot of students from many parts of the world.
Many of those from the ASEAN countries that do not have the competence in the use of the English language, we already have initial talks as how we could accommodate them in our programs. Dumaguete is definitely a wonderful place for education.
With a reasonable cost, mild climate and friendly people, Dumaguete attracts international tourists by the peaceful beauty and hospitality. It is also the pride of the people here.
I have to say that today I had such a wonderful trip.
Me too, Mingan. So what about you?
As ASEAN community is founded, ASEAN people have more opportunities to be closer to each other and attached with each other as a great family of multi-cultures, one vision, one identity.
Hopefully our trips have brought to you a strong cultural imprint in the ASEAN region. And now it's time to say goodbye.
I hope you have had great time with us. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Nagbabalik ang PTV Balita ngayon. Makakaboto na sa 2025 midterm elections ang 10 Embo barangay sa Taguig City. Ito ay matapos i-anunsyo ng Commission on Elections na natanggap na nila ang concurrent resolution mula sa Senado na inirekomenda kung saang distrito dapat boboto para sa kongresista ang mga nasabing barangay. Hindi pa tinukoy ng COMELEC kung saang distrito ba boboto ang mga taga-Embo barangays. Pero sabi naman ng komisyon, maglalabas sila ng resolusyon kung saang distrito na bibilang ang mga nasabing lugar para alam din ang mga maghahain ng Certificate of Candidacy sa panglungsod at distrito kung saan sila kakandidato. Sa ngayon naman ay puspusan na sa paghahanda ang COMELEC para sa pagsisimula ng paghahain ng COC sa October 1 hanggang 8. Minamadali na ng Bureau of Immigration ang pagkumpleto sa aplikasyon ng Philippine Offshore Gaming Operators o POGO at Internet Gaming Licensees o IGLs para mapaalis na sa bansa ang kanilang mga dayuhang manggagawa. Ayon sa immigration, napagkasunduan sa interagency meeting na bumuo ng team na bibisita sa POGO at IGL companies at tumulong sa pag-downgrade ng kanilang operasyon. Una nang inanunsyo ng Department of Justice na dapat makaalis ng bansa ang foreign POGO workers sa loob ng 59 na araw. Sakaling hindi sila makaalis bago matapos ang taon, isa sa ilalim na sila sa deportation proceedings. Nagtapos ng Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship ang 19 na babaeng persons deprived of liberty sa ilalim ng No Women Left Behind program. Sa 19 na graduates, isa ang sentensyado na at ang 6 na nakalaya na at kinumpleto ang kurso online, habang ang 12 ay nakakulong pa sa Quezon City Jail Female Dormitory. Dumalo sa kanilang graduation ceremony sa Camp Karingal si Quezon City Mayor Joy Belmonte at iba pang opisyal ng syudad. Bilang business graduates, mabibigyan sila ng oportunidad na makalahok sa pangkabuhayang QZ Assistance Program at Tindahan ni Ate Joy Program. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang updates, i-like at i-follow kami sa aming mga social media account. Ako po si Dominic Albelor para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas. Magandang tanghali.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In the Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 12 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV. Join us for your nightly news fix. And always staying informed with our comprehensive coverage of news, business, politics, current events, and more. From our network of journalists across the Philippines and the rest of the world. Anchored by William Theo, Charms Espina, and Monique Tuzon. PTV News Tonight. Mondays to Fridays, 9:30 to 10:30 p.m. Only here on PTV.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Isang magandang bagong Pilipinas. Diretsahang usapan sa mahahalagang isyu sa bansa, kasama ang mga kinatawan ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Ako po si Nina Corpus.
Mula sa Clark Development Corporation, ako naman po si Director Nicolette Henson. Ihahatid namin ang mga programa at serbisyo para sa taong bayan.
Tutok lang, narito na ang Bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Sa ating mga balita, opisyal nang inanunsyo ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang senatorial lineup ng administration. Ilang araw bago ang filing ng Certificates of Candidacy. Inanunsyo ito ng Pangulo sa isinagawang alyansa para sa Bagong Pilipinas Convention 2024. Nagmula sa 5 political party ang kabilang sa Magic 12 ng administrasyon para sa midterm elections sa susunod na taon. 3 ang galing sa Partido Federal ng Pilipinas na sina dating Senador Manny Pacquiao, DILG Secretary Benher Abalos at Senator Francis Tolentino. 2 ang mula sa Lakas CMD na sina Senator Bong Revilla at Congressman Erwin Tulfo. 4 ang magmumula sa Nationalist People's Coalition na sina dating Senate President Tito Senator Lito Lapid, dating Senator Panfilo Lacson at Makati Mayor Abby Binay. Habang 3 naman ang kasama mula sa Nationalista Party at ito ay sina Senators Amy Marcos, Pia Cayetano at House Deputy Speaker Camille Villar. Ayon sa Pangulo, mahalaga ang pagkakaisa sa pamamagitan ng alyansa ng mga partido para maisulong ang mga hakbang para sa kapakanan ng mga Pilipino sa ilalim ng Bagong Pilipinas. Inaasahan na kada Huwebes ay sasama ang Pangulo sa pangangampanya ng 12 kandidato. Magandang tanghali, Director Nicolette.
Magandang hapon, Miss Nina.
And welcome back sa Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Oo nga, na-miss ko kayong lahat dito.
Na-miss ka namin, kaya excited naming ipagpatuloy mo yung mga balita at talakayan mula sa inyong ahensya dyan sa CDC. Alam ko may mga updates and good news ka mula dyan sa Clark.
Yes, kamakailan lang, Miss Nina, nagkaroon kami ng unang-unang Business Interdependence Conference. Ang dumalo dito ay ang mga iba't ibang CEOs ng mga Clark locators natin at nagkaroon din ng pag-present doon ng ating application before the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines na magkakaroon tayo ng certification mark kung saan yung mga iba't ibang produkto na gawa sa Clark ay magkakaroon ng tatak Made in Clark, Philippines. So pending pa yan ng approval ng IPO.
Gaano kahalaga na magkaroon ng Made in Clark, Philippines specifically?
Well, sa iba't ibang industriya na meron tayo doon sa Clark, importante ito para lumakas pa ang business identity ng mga produktong gawa sa Clark, and it's also to enhance marketability and help the locators. At syempre, ang pagtulong sa Clark, sa mga produkto ng Clark ay pagtulong din sa pag-enhance din ng lahat ng produkto na gawa sa Pilipinas. So, meron din pala tayo, Miss Nina, na Clark Loop na tinatawag na ipapresent natin mamaya yan sa CDC segment kung saan napapadali na ngayon ang transportasyon ng mga tao na pumupunta sa Clark. Dahil before, parang ang iniisip ng ibang tao, kung wala kang sasakyan, sariling sasakyan, mahirap magpunta-punta sa iba't ibang lugar sa Clark na napakarami naman talagang dapat puntahan doon. At kaya naman mamaya makikita natin kung paano naging mas madali na ngayon ang transportasyon para sa public.
Yan, abangan nyo ang update at report mula kay Director Nicolette tungkol sa bus loop na yan. Maraming salamat, Director Nicolette, sa ibinahagi mo sa aming updates mula sa inyo dyan sa CDC. Samantala, tiniyak ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang progreso sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa. Sa isinagawang courtesy call ng provincial government ng Sulu sa Malacanang, sinabi ng Pangulo na nagsilbing daan ang pulong para mas pagtibayin pa ang commitment ng gobyerno para isulong ang pagpapabuti sa probinsya ng Sulu. Kasabay niyan ang pagsiguro ng presidente na sisikapin ng pamahalaan na walang maiiwan sa pagsulong ng bansa tungo sa hangaring paglago at pagkakaisa. Sumentro naman ang dialogo para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang mga proyekto sa Sulu sa pamamagitan ng pagtutulungan ng lokal at national government. Lusot na sa ikatlo at huling pagbasa ng Kamara ang panukalang pambansang pondo para sa susunod na taon. Nagpasalamat naman si House Speaker Martin Romualdez sa pagsisikap ng mga kasamahan sa mababang kapulungan. May report si Mela Las Moras.
Session is adjourned until November 4, 2024, Monday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Formal nang nag-adjourn ng sesyon ang Kamara kagabi. Pero bago yan, naipasa na nila sa ikatlo at huling pagbasa ang House Bill No. 10800 o ang panukalang 6.352 trillion pesos na pambansang pondo para sa susunod na taon. Kasama sa inaprobahang General Appropriations Bill ng Kamara ang 733 million pesos na budget para sa Office of the Vice President. 285 na kongresista ang bumoto pabor sa pag-aproba ng 2025 GAB, habang 3 ang tumutol at wala namang nag-abstain. Sa kanyang talumpati, nagpasalamat si House Speaker Martin Romualdez sa pagsisikap ng mga kongresista at mga kawani ng mababang kapulungan.
We adjourn the session in high spirits. We have demonstrated once again our legislative efficiency with a succession of significant laws. The House of the People, composed of dedicated public servants, has demonstrated their tireless efforts to strengthen the Philippine economy, broaden the range of public service, and reinforce the nation's trust in our governance. Muli nating pinatunayan na ang malaking kapulungan na ito ay institusyon ng aksyon at pagbabago.
Tulad ng mga nakaraang budget, isang small committee ang binuo para tumanggap at mag-ayos ng individual amendments. Kabilang sa mga itinalagang miyembro nito sina Appropriations Chair Elizalde Co, Senior Vice Chair Stella Kimbo, Majority Leader Manix Dalipe at Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan. Sa gitna ng pag-aproba sa budget proposal, nanumpa rin sa harap ni Speaker Romualdez ang bagong miyembro ng Kamara na si Akbayan Party List Representative Percival Sendanya. Giit ni Speaker Romualdez, kahit nakareses ang Kongreso, patuloy pa rin ang kanilang mga gagawing pagdinig at pagbabantay sa mahalagang usapin ngayon, lalo na pagdating sa ating ekonomiya.
We are on our way as one of Asia's best performing major emerging economies among East Asia's economies that have disclosed their second quarter 2024 GDP. We rank just below Vietnam at 6.9%, while leading Malaysia at 5.8%, Indonesia at 5.1%, and China at 4.7%.
Pagtitiyak ng mga kongresista, babantayan nila hindi lamang ang pagpasa ng panukalang pondo, kundi maging hanggang sa implementasyon nito. Mela Las Moras para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas. Pagtaas ng import clearance fee sa high fructose corn syrup, ating tatalakayin kasama si Pablo Luis Ascona, Administrator ng Sugar Regulatory Administration. Magandang tanghali po, sir.
Yes, magandang tanghali po, Ma'am Nina, Miss Nicolette, yes.
And welcome sa Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Yes, salamat po.
How do you say magandang tanghali or hapon sa inyo sa Negros?
Mayong hapon.
Maayong hapon.
Or mayong ugto if it's noontime, yeah.
Yes. Una po, sa Pampanga, gusto ko rin tanungin.
Maya pa ugto kung noon, and then maya pagat panapon kapag hapon.
Ayun, sa amin naimbag amalem. Okay, una po sa lahat, ano po yung kasulukuyang pagbabago sa release fee nitong high fructose corn syrup at ano po ang dahilan ng pagtataas nito? Siguro po, ano ba yung high fructose corn syrup muna?
Okay, yeah. Way back sometime 2016 or 17, the sugar industry noticed na there was a drop sa demand po sa sugar. And we noticed na yung dami yung gumagamit ng high fructose corn syrup. And it was deemed less healthier actually. And so in 2017, February of 2017, pumasa yung SRA board na yung high fructose corn syrup will now be required to get an import clearance from SRA, and sinarge po sila ng 30 pesos per 50 kilo bag equivalent po kasi liquid siya. And a month later, in March 2017, yung 30 pesos po ginawang 1 peso and 50 cents. And this remained unnoticed until recently, nung August 6 po, in a meeting with Secretary Laurel and the sugar stakeholders, andun yung farmers natin from Luzon, from Visayas, and from Mindanao. Andun din yung sugar millers and sugar refiners. Nagreklamo po sila na they noticed an entry of other sugars, they called it. So we were tasked immediately by Secretary Laurel to look into it. And while looking into it, we noticed na yung charges pala from 30 ginawang 150. So immediately, the sugar board decided to put it back to 30 pesos as a start po.
So, para mas malinaw po no, sa ating mga kababayan, sir, ang pagkakaiba po ng rates or fees ngayon, kung ikukumpira ito sa nakaraan, ay from 1 peso and 50 centavos to 30.
Yes po.
So, ano po yung reason kung bakit noon po ay nasa 30 pesos po talaga per kilo?
30 pesos is 30 pesos per 50 kilos yun. Per bag is the standard po. When you import sugar, it's also 30 pesos. So we decided na since it's there's an equivalent of sugar naman po, there's a ratio for HFCS, ginawa din siyang 30 pesos. And we did not know why it was lowered to 1 peso and 50 cents. So the sugar board and the DA and the SRA
Sa inyo pong assessment, sir, ano naman po ang naging reaksyon ng mga sugar stakeholders sa increase ng import clearance na ito, Luzon at sa Mindanao?
Of course, the farmers and the millers are all happy kasi po, if you notice, for the last 5 years or so, yung demand natin for sugar hindi umaakyat. Which is unexplainable kasi po dumadami yung tao sa Pilipinas, dumadami yung consumers, but the demand has not increased. So we are looking for the reason why it's not increasing. Ano ba yung nagsasubstitute po sa asukal? So yun po yung trabaho namin. And of course, tuwang-tuwa po yung farmers and millers kasi government is helping them.
Sir Pablo, pwera pa po dun sa mga nabanggit nyo na, ano pa po ba yung mga ibang magiging implications nitong rate increase sa paggamit ng artificial sweeteners at sugar industry sa bansa?
Okay, yung 30 pesos po kasi na import clearance, this goes in the corporate fund of the SRA. And the SRA corporate fund po comes from all these fees and liens. And dito po kinukuha yung lahat natin na budget for all the tulong na binibigay natin sa farmers natin. We're hard at work with coming up with new and more productive sugarcane varieties. Locally produced po yan. We breed our own sugarcane varieties. We don't import. We're also hard on improving the mechanization part of the industry. Bumagal kasi yung improvement natin or modernization nung lumiit yung farm sizes because of land reform. So if you are a sugar farmer and you are only 1 hectare or 2 hectares, ang problema po sa sugar, once a year lang po yung harvest. So probably a sugar farmer will earn about 4,000, 4,500 pesos a month. Yun lang po. So if you have a family of 4, how can you afford to buy a tractor and modernize? Tapos hindi naman po efficient yung mga traktora sa ganung kamaliit na farm size. So all of the effort ng SRA ngayon, ko-consolidate natin sila, yung mga i-organize natin sila into co-ops, into associations, so they can be 30 hectares. Namimigay po tayo ng mga traktora, namimigay po tayo ng equipment. So yung pera na makukuha natin dito sa mga clearance, mas dadami po yung pwede nating itulong sa farmers natin.
Kumusta naman po yung gano'n, yung pagkaka-consolidate ninyo sa mga farmers na ito? Pumapayag naman sila, wala na mga resistance, and ilan na po yung nag-consolidate or nag-turn into cooperatives?
Yeah, so far we've consolidated about 260 black farms tawag natin. So this amounts to about 10,600 hectares na po, and it involves 7,700 farmers more or less. So when they become a black farm, they get about 5 million pesos of assistance. So meron silang half of that is pera pang puhunan, startup capital, half of that is equipment. So masaya naman po. And then